Well, with Joe.
Looks good. It's true. It's true.
He doesn't. We don't really like him anymore.
I wish I had a Rihanna shirt to wear. I wish I had one in the.
They think we're not talking about that, at least on the breaks.
Should have run over to
thing coming.
Sean Cunningham's house and gotten one of the many. He had I got a Leah.
I almost. We got a little more busy show than anticipated today. I was almost about to tell Ken, look, it's the summertime. There wasn't no NBA Finals game. Come on, man. Come on, get on here, man.
Get in here. Send you the invite. Click the link.
I would tell Chris too, but I don't know if we can. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we can do that.
Chris will come in with a disguised voice and a blurred face. I'm telling you, Rihanna. And he could do it. I'm sure he has the capability around. I'm telling you. She is not. Well, Lord knows he ain't doing nothing else today. Come hang out with us. Show you what a real radio show is all about.
Oh, you fat, disgusting.
Keep the noise down. Yeah. Oh, he's definitely listening.
Chris, our guy, man.
Cheers, buddy.
One of these days, brother. One of these days. We'll get you down south, man.
Yep. Indeed. What's up, Schmuddy? Sean, we see you. Yeah, Sean, we'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk about it. I only have a couple that I really like, man. That's why I hold off on them. But I'm already sweating, man. I don't know what my problem is.
Yeah, it's hot today, man.
I know tomorrow's going to be hotter. Friday's going to be even hotter than tomorrow, but
Friday's the one. Friday is the one.
Something off. Cheers, cheers, cheers.
What? Oh, Rob. I'm about to say, hold on. Torrey really talking about it? Well, Torrey co-signed us. Yes. Facts.
What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the Wednesday, June 8th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me! Acknowledge me! Acknowledge me! Acknowledge me!
Felt like Twitter.
DJ.
Felt like Twitter all morning.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
I just love hearing them back to back. We did. They gonna learn. Oh, they gonna learn. We appreciate you so much for being with us. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're a Facebook user, you can watch us on Facebook Live. Wherever you are, you can take part in the chat. Of course, we welcome those on the Odyssey app. Great way to listen to the show. You never have to miss out on anything. You take us in during that meeting that you're not going to pay attention to, or when you're sitting around the office, man, just throw us in your earbuds. We've got you covered. And of course, those on the old school radio, man, we appreciate you so much for being here with us. Butcher Boy going to join us live from Boston.
Yeah, man.
Boy, the game is in these streets out in Boston. He'll be with us here next hour, about 1:20. Butch will be with us. I was listening to this. You'll appreciate it. You'll love it because you hate Boston. I'm listening to this book about it's about the history of hip hop, but more like the history of the business aspect of hip hop, right? And how it kind of became. It's a long book to listen to. I'm probably 8 hours in. It's like a 27-hour book, but it's really, really compelling. Mm-hmm. I just gotten to the point Def Jam is forming and Rick Rubin is ascending, Russell Simmons is ascending, Run DMC, the Beastie Boys, some of those things are starting to happen, but the collaboration between Run DMC and Aerosmith just happened. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure this was purposeful by the author, but I thought it was rather funny because I'm sure it's not the only station, but it may be the one that stuck out the most is Probably Northeast factors into this as well, but they talk about the collaboration between Run DMC and Aerosmith and how the Aerosmith song became significantly bigger after they did the duet with Run DMC. Guess who was furious by it? Oh, they pointed out a Boston radio station who said they received countless calls of, well, I can't say what they say, but you can use your imagination and say, those people ruined our song. I was like, oh, they really use Boston as the example.
I mean, it was the low-hanging fruit. It was easy. If you were looking for it, you knew you would get it in Boston.
I'm positive that same call came to multiple rock stations around the country. It just humored me as I was walking this morning. And they said, man, hundreds of calls came into Boston's, gives the call letters about those people ruined our record. I was like, their reputation is going to live forever. Forever. We've got a lot we've got to talk about today. Last night when we signed off, we didn't think we would. But there's a lot of things that we want to dive into. Of course, it'll be fun to talk to Butch next hour about the Warriors and the Celtics. Of course, game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight in Boston. There's some things happening allegedly, possibly around the NBA that we want to dive into. We dove into Keegan Murray's film this morning as well. I'm going to be honest with you. When I watched Jaden Ivey, I knew what I was watching, and I formed an opinion on it pretty quickly. When I watched Keegan Murray, particularly on the defensive end, I wasn't quite as sure. I actually had to text Bryant West to make sure that my assessments on Keegan Murray weren't off, because nothing jumps off the page. And it's a good thing. Nothing jumps off the page, at least in my eyes. Nothing jumps off the page, good or bad. There are good things regarding Keegan Murray on the defensive end. I don't even know that there really is anything bad, but we'll talk about it. We did the deep dive into his film, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. So we'll get into that in about 10 minutes. ESPN posted a fit versus best available mock draft. Shout out to Deuce Mason for throwing this up on Twitter yesterday so we could see it. And there's nothing surprising in it, especially at number 4. We've long talked about best fit being Keegan Murray, best available being Jaden Ivey. Like that was the case here. We'll tell you what ESPN had to say here in just a heartbeat. But the thing that really got my attention when looking at this, KC, is when the draft starts, the best available was in fact not Jabari. It was Chet. They ranked Chet Holmgren as the best available when the draft starts at number 1.
And I'm shaking my head for those that could see me on the live stream, not because it was Chet, just because this whole thing is crazy, man. Like this thing is just crazy, man. Chet is best available, but he's probably not going number 1. The Jaden Ivey, could be Russell Westbrook, but he really can't go any higher than 4. And I don't understand what's going on or what we're doing. I'm just along for the ride.
Yeah, that's it. Just it's cool, man. Let us just sit in the passenger seat and roll along with this. Because I was like, because what drew my eyes to that is I was thinking, so are the Kings is 4 the first place where the best player available isn't the pick for need? Especially when you look at the 3 teams ahead. And right out the gate, they said no. Needs, Jabari Smith. Best available, Chet Holmgren for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Needs, Chet Holmgren. Of course, in this case, the best available would be Jabari Smith because Chet Holmgren would have gone earlier. Paolo Banchero lines up with needs and best available in this mock draft from ESPN. And then there's Sacramento. Needs, Keegan Murray, the power forward / center. Best available, Jaden Ivey. Of course, he's the combo guard. Here's a little bit, KC, of what the ESPN had to say. The Kings started a hodgepodge of power forwards alongside Domantas Sabonis after making a late season trade for the highly skilled big man, and certainly don't have anyone on the roster currently who looks like a long-term answer at the position if Sabonis is indeed deemed a center. Drafting a power forward with wing skills and defensive versatility looks like a great fit on paper, and Murray's ability to score prolifically and efficiently will allow him to carve out an immediate role alongside the more ball-dominant Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, the franchise cornerstones at the moment. They go on and on and on and on and on and on. Get to this last line that really got my attention. Despite all of Murray's attractive traits, his long-term upside, physical tools, and shot creation aren't as great as those offered by Ivy, who is widely considered the third or fourth best prospect in the draft by most teams, making him the better best player available pick if the Kings elect to take that route. And just for full context, the Detroit Pistons pick next. They have Keegan Murray listed as the best available. So there's not a big drop off when it comes to Keegan Murray. It's not like he's best fit for the Kings, but he's not best available again for 2, 3, 4 picks. Like he's the best available pick for the Detroit Pistons, at least according to this.
Yeah. Look, we'll talk about him a little bit more. I do like Keegan Murray. I've went into the film a little bit more, and I got to run back some of the things I said when the lottery happened, just a little bit, about Keegan Murray, because I think he's a damn good ball player. I understand what ESPN is doing, best fit, best available. Like, I get it. It makes perfect sense. I don't know. Like, I understand it, but it's still a little confusing. Like I said, I don't know why Orlando, and they tried their best to lay out.
I don't know if
they tried to lay out why they wouldn't, but if you got the number one pick, I mean, isn't that like the ultimate best player available? Like what you should do? It's not like the ultimate. If you have the number one pick, like the ultimate, we should not be drafting for fit. It should be the best player available.
So here's, I guess this is their rationale. I'm not sure. The intensity level and versatility Smith brings defensively will be attractive as well, along with the fact he just turned 19 years old and checks every box the franchise looks for from a character and competitiveness standpoint. Holmgren is the number one player on the ESPN big board, but not every team agrees with that notion, and Smith's talent and fit on this roster is certainly compelling. This could just be one of those let's get people to read the column type deal. And I mean,
that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's not, but to, also to be completely fair, just presenting different sides here. We've long heard Chet is the pick in this draft. Like we've heard that a lot.
I thought he was number one.
When Orlando got the pick, it seemed almost immediate that they were taking Jabari Smith. Now, whether they were taking Jabari Smith because they put it out there, we're not taking Chet Holmgren, or if Jabari fits better than Chet does with the roster that they've already accumulated. Okay. I'm starting to feel like the rules that apply to the Sacramento Kings, maybe they don't apply elsewhere. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Orlando, OKC, and Houston, they did stink, right?
Yeah, very much.
This isn't a Boston Celtics moving up to drafting Lynn Bias here, is it? Like this, this team stinks. These teams stink.
They're terrible. They're terrible.
So why don't they have to accumulate talent the same way we do?
I don't know. I don't. Okay. I don't know. Nothing apply. I mean, I guess the simple answer would be they've all made the playoffs within the last 16 years. So that's literally probably the answer. And it should have nothing to do with this draft and this roster, but that's what it is. That's what it is. The other thing about it, and like I said, when we talk about what ESPN did, in my opinion, perfectly fine. Just another creative way to look at the draft. That's all. That's all it is. Good stuff. Like I'm not knocking them, but when they say Jabari and Chet, like for number one specifically, when they're like, they'll take Jabari, but Chet, or Jabari's a better fit, but Chet is the best player. It's not like we're talking Chet and Ty Washington, like two completely. We're talking two big men. Like,
right.
What are we doing?
Right.
Orlando should just be taking Chet if that's the case. But I digress.
It really, we've questioned, is someone going to fall out? Is someone going to fall out? Is someone going to fall out? I think the only way that happens if someone moves into the top 3 to trade for Jaden Ivey, because it feels like both Orlando and Oklahoma City are looking for that power forward type center position. Jaden Ivey, maybe this is the De'Aaron Fox thing. Jaden Ivey doesn't make sense on Houston.
You can make the argument he doesn't make sense on Sacramento. And I guess stop people from saying that they have to take him.
Well, I get, but point being, it feels like they're not going to pass on Paolo Banchero, because I keep wondering, like, is one of these guys going to slip? I don't think any of these 3, just because of need, slips. The only way one of them does is if it's not no one, but someone jumps up because they really want Jaden Ivey, and then that sets a domino effect. If someone moves up to 2. For example, to draft Jaden Ivey, what does Houston do at 3? Do they draft Chet or do they draft Paolo Banchero?
Right. And I kind of feel like they go Sacramento. Yeah. And I like to think they'd probably go Paolo still.
Let's talk Keegan Murray. We dove pretty deep into his film. We have some thoughts on him. We want to share with you. We'd love your feedback as well. And we'll do that next. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours on ESPN 1320.
All right, Rihanna. And I want to ask you, because I already know where some of the chat is going to come from. I had a tweet last night. Let me make sure I got it correctly, where somebody in the conversation was talking about Rihanna, or talking about Madonna, and I said, where I'm from, Rihanna got more slaps than Madonna. And there may be some people that are like, that's blasphemous. But I know Vogue was like a virgin.
Oh, no. Yeah. Madonna's got some smashes.
No, she does. I'm just saying the ones that I know. To be honest with you, I haven't heard a Madonna song in like 15 years. Like, they don't get played where I'm at. They don't get played in arenas. They don't get played at barbecues. They don't get played at weddings. I haven't heard a Madonna song in I don't know how long.
It's a different. Rihanna's a different. I mean, Madonna's a different audience. You know what I mean? Like you go. I don't know if 40-year-old white women throw barbecues. But if they did, like, you'd probably, like, you go to a party themed at someone in that age group, you're hearing Madonna. Like, I'll rock Madonna's essentials, like with Like a Virgin, Open Your Heart. Like, she's got some smashes for sure.
Absolutely. But my whole thing was, I look at Madonna as an icon because people that I know and respect their musical knowledge tell me she's an icon. Madonna,
she absolutely is.
And I agree. I just leave it at that. Madonna's had I've never had any memories in my life about Madonna or her music. Same thing about like the Beatles, right? The Beatles are icons.
No, it does nothing for me.
I've never heard a Beatles song and been like, I get it. Like, I get why these dudes were. I've been like, all right, if you guys like that, I'm gonna take your word for it. I've heard Earth, Wind, and Fire songs that isn't necessarily in my age group or anything like that. I'm like, yo, this is dope, right? But I just take their word for it. When the Kens and the Chris's, when they combat whether or not Rihanna's an icon, like I told them, I just say, you guys just a little out of touch. That's how you're sounding. You're a little out of touch. Because I don't think Rihanna is played. I don't think they hear a lot of Rihanna.
Yeah, I think that's the other important thing to remember, like how this whole thing started, is it started by talking to a group of people who are younger than us, right? Rihanna's music means to them what Madonna's music might have meant to people our age, or Michael Jackson's music or Prince's music. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
it's you've got to factor that type of stuff in. Like Umbrella was a huge song for me because I played it 4 million times. So was SOS. So was Don't Stop the Music.
Mm-hmm.
So, so was how about a round of applause? I don't remember what
the joint with
Take a
Neo.
Bow.
Take a Bow.
Yeah, like I mean, Unfaithful. Like there's just hit after hit after hit, just smash after smash after smash, which for someone my age just were smash records.
Mm-hmm.
For someone else's age, for someone a little bit younger, that's their Like a Virgin. That's their Open Their Heart. That's their Billie Jean. That's their Beat It. That's their Thriller. That's the song. That's the music that
the
they grow up
soundtrack to their childhood or to their teenage, their high school years or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then and I think the biggest thing that they're showing like their short-sightedness is the impact of Fenty. Fenty is massive in the culture, like massive.
Yeah.
And to discount that as a endorsement,
no, that's not an endorsement.
That
is a lane that was created and she mastered it almost.
Yeah. So fun conversation.
It was.
Ken starting shit as he always does. Ken ain't been here in 4 years and he's still stirring it up. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Commercial break's going to be fun today, man. You might want to join us on the live stream when you're free. The video stream, of course, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. We sell too many commercials to go commercial free on Odyssey, so you'll just have to bear with us there. But we're gonna have some fun during those breaks for sure. 916-349-1320. If you want to weigh in on anything that we're talking about today, of course, we just talked about ESPN's best fit versus best available mock draft that they posted yesterday. Interesting read. They actually even went all the way down to the second round. Just for those that care, Kings at 37. Caleb Houston, your man out of Michigan.
Yeah, I like Caleb Houston. I don't know how good he's going to be, but I like them at Michigan.
Patrick Baldwin Jr. listed as best available there in that situation.
I mean, I would take a chance with him.
Really?
If he's available.
I feel like you've brought his name up before.
Yeah, he was like a top 5 pick, in before the college basketball season. And I think he got offered. The story with him is he's like 6'10", could shoot almost like a Keegan Murray, right? But he was like top 5 prospect in the country. Got offers from Duke, all the blue bloods, and he chose to play for his dad at University of Wisconsin Milwaukee, and had a terrible season. Like he just had a terrible season. I think he got hurt or he stopped playing or something like that. But even before that, he just wasn't playing good. But now he's gone from top 5 to second round. And in the second round, that's a guy that I'd take a shot with. I'd take a shot at that dude if he's available in the second round.
Kings do have 2 picks in the second round. They'll draft at 49 as well. Josh Minot,
what school you go to?
Power forward out of Memphis, listed as best available and as a power forward. That's a need for the Sacramento Kings. So for those who are into second round drafting, Jill Adge, if you're listening, that's out there for you.
It's funny they mentioned guy out of Memphis because there was a guy that I read an article on, no lie, for the second round, who like intrigued me. I wanted to dive into his game a little bit more because I remember him a little bit when Memphis played, but not a whole lot. I need to see him. Lester Quinones. I don't know how to say his name.
Quiznos. I don't know.
Not Quiznos. But I read an article on him. Somebody did an interview with him, and he just intriguing. And I was like, I got to see who this guy is, man, over in Memphis. Because like I said, once I saw the face, I was like, oh, I kind of remember him. But I never really liked his game. I was looking at Amani Bates and Duran and those guys. But there he goes. There goes Ramsey.
Ramsey, I just need you to be Ramsey makes a lot of that up. Like just so you just like it, and that very well may be the correct pronunciation. But Ramsey does this thing where he jumps in the YouTube chat and phonetically spells something, and the amount of times that he's been wrong is comical. And I just realized Ramsey's doing this as a bit, like he's literally doing this to entertain himself. Like, I'm gonna get these idiots to say this out loud, and it's like something that's not even close.
But yeah, he's somebody that I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna take a look at what's going on there, man. See if this is somebody that the Kings can have their eyes on in the second round. So yes, I'm gonna start looking at these second round ball players.
Okay, all right. Well, let's get the first one right. Let's get the first round one right. It seems like it's, perhaps to the chagrin of Kenny Caraway, it feels like it's likely Keegan Murray or Jaden Ivey. I don't know. Maybe Shaedon Sharpe jumps off the top rope with the Macho Man elbow and winds up being the pick. I'm not really sure. But a couple of quick notes as we get started on this. Shout out to Bryant West, who coincidentally did a profile on Keegan Murray that I think posted this morning. So that's available for you to see over there at thekingsherald.com. Obviously, Bryant does tremendous work. We'll get him back in on this show here within the next couple of days or so. A couple of things that really stood out. I also, full disclosure, I still have some of the clip reels playing in front of me. So I reserve the right to change my mind in mid-sentence. So you'll just have to deal with that as we continue to look at some of this film from Keegan Murray. But there's a couple of things that really stood out. Offensively, he's really, really sound. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he makes bad decisions. One thing like I noticed is when because obviously this organization, this team, this fan base is looking for someone who can stretch the floor a little bit and someone who could either hit from the top, hit from the corner, create space, allow Domantas Sabonis to work down low or leave the lane clear for De'Aaron Fox to rock. When you're working a pick and roll with Keegan Murray, when he gets the ball in his hands, he's going to make the right decisions. In all of the shots that I watched him take, I didn't see him take a bad three. I didn't see him take a questionable dribble, step back. I didn't see him do anything along those lines. Like he was pretty aware of everything that was happening on the floor, where his defender was, where his teammates were, what the shot clock situation was. He seemed like he was fully aware of everything that was happening in the offense in that moment. Yeah. The thing to me that stood out the most is in that pick and roll, his ability to get to the basket is very, very good. He's quick off the, like he can get there pretty quickly. And if he doesn't get to the basket, he could draw contact. Mm-hmm. So he'll find a way to get you points one way or another. If that pick and roll works in his favor, he has a little space. He can get to the basket. And if he's not getting contact and getting to the foul line, he's right there for a relatively high percentage shot. Even if it's being challenged, it's a relatively high percentage shot.
Yeah, I saw, some of that as well. And I talked about, having to run some stuff back. And I remember when he was first drafted, when the Kings first got the fourth pick, people were throwing out Keegan Murray's name. I was like, there's no way any NBA teams would willingly take Keegan over Ivy or Sharpe. And I think that's still true for Ivy. Sharpe, not so much. But even just myself, just looking at him a little bit more, I could fully understand somebody taking Keegan over either one of those guys, because he's a good ball player. He can play, and he's solid. He has range to his game, like being able to shoot the three ball. Now it's off a catch and shoot. He's not able to do it off the bounce, but that's fine. You know what I mean? He's solid when he's wide open, catch and shoot from beyond the arc. He can score in the post. He has some mid-range game to him. He's a good ball player. Mm-hmm. Like he is a really good ball player on the offensive end. Defensively, he's not as dynamic as I'd want him to be. But I think he has a great understanding of the game. He has a great understanding of good and bad shots. And I see him in that situation in Iowa. where he's the guy. There's a lot on his plate and he handles it just fine. I feel like that bodes well for being somewhere here like Sacramento, where he's probably going to get a lot more open looks, a lot more easier baskets, playing with somebody like Sabonis, knowing the game, being able to move off the ball. I like his game a lot, man. I can't say much more than that. Like everything I saw, I liked.
He works his ass off also. And I think there's obviously, here's a hot take. There's a benefit to that. Like that's those types of players, we see Davion do it. There are favorites of Kings past who, maybe they didn't have the offensive game to match, or they didn't have the dynamic skill set that Keegan Murray has, but they always worked really hard. They fought for rebounds. They dove on the floor. They did things like that. Their intensity would get your attention. Keegan Murray has the combination of a really strong skill set, and he fights and he works and he's that he could be a scrappy type player. And when you have a player who, one thing that you'll see a lot in some of these clips is he'll fight. And if he's able to get his hands on that ball, that sends them in transition. I mentioned he didn't take, like in a lot of those pick and roll scenarios and a lot of those half court offense scenarios, he didn't take bad shots. I hope I didn't imply there that he's a great shooter. That's a aspect of his game. Like much like happened with Jaden Ivey, my reel of pick and roll plays opened up with like 9 missed threes from various games. And they're just clean looks, clean shots, just didn't fall.
Wow.
I think that's an aspect of his game that can certainly, get better.
I do think he's a good shooter, though. Like
an outside shooter.
Yeah, he's a good. He's from what I saw. I saw a good shooter. Numbers, say he's not automatic. I don't even think he's automatic, but I think he's a good shooter.
Okay, I feel like that's an area that he can get stronger at. Defensively, he's just sound. I don't know any other way to describe it. I think Bryant described it pretty well when he says he kind of he does everything like good. That's essentially what he's good on all aspects of the defensive end. He stays in front of guys. Like we talked about Jaden Ivey being slow through picks and taking risks and chances. That's not what Keegan Murray does not do that.
Right.
He does not take risks or chances. Like he'll and because of that, and I'm not trying to frame that as a bad thing. Because of that, he stays in front of the guy he's guarding. And that player that he's working against, that offensive player he's working against, they've got to fight for that shot.
Well, so here's the other thing about that. Here's how I saw him when he defended. And this is where wordplay comes into play a little bit, right? Because you'll use the phrase that he just does things good. I'll say he doesn't do anything bad, right? I don't think he's like this.
I feel like we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, we are. But I don't think like he's this.
I think staying in front of a player as just not bad is a bit unfair, because that's at the very minimum. Isn't that what you would want a defender to do?
Yeah,
3 dribbles.
No. I get what you're saying. I just, and this is just looking at him, right? He doesn't do anything bad. I wouldn't say that's it's just a even part of his game. Like to say is good, I'd say you're trending towards like that's a positive in his game. That's how I take it. And his defense, I don't think that's a positive.
I feel like on the defensive, but I feel like on the defensive end, if you're not a negative, you're a positive. I think we're really nitpicking over the words here. But so often on the defensive end. Like, what have we said about this organization for so long? What have we said about this roster, this defense for so many years? Yeah, just don't be terrible. I mean, dare us ask the imaginable question of just be average. We're just asking you not to be terrible,
right?
When you're not.
In that respect, real quick though, in that respect, when we're not, you see what I'm saying? Like if you're average, that doesn't mean you're good. That means you're better than what we're expecting. That just means you're just average, league average. There's good there's the middle line, and then there's bad. And we here in Sacramento are saying, just don't be bad. Like just don't take anything off the table. That's all we're asking you to do. Don't add to the game defensively. That'd be asking too much. Just don't take anything off the table. And that's a positive for us. Mm-hmm. Boston will look at it like, we got to get better. This ain't good enough.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That, like Boston, if they turn to being average on defense, we're like, we're not good at all right now.
Boston turns to average on defense. They're losing the next 3 games.
Right. So it's all relative. So I get what you're saying. Like him just being average would absolutely be good for Sacramento and be a positive. This whole team just being average, that would be good. That would be a positive.
So defensively, like what do you think he needs to do better? Does he need to take more risk? Does he need to jump out a little bit more, assert himself a little bit more rather than just fall into the scheme? To be honest with you, like, and this may contradict or sound like a contradiction, he doesn't have to do much. I just don't look at that as like a plus to his game. Like he's just, him being solid is good enough for me. It's good enough for me. He's good. Like just don't take anything off the table defensively. That's what I ask of him. And he does that. I think he's good. But I don't see him, and I know you're not saying this, but I don't see him developing into like a Jaren Jackson. I don't think so. Like even like how Al Horford was defensively at one point in his career. Like I don't see him developing into those type of defenders. So here's your point. Here's your wild talking out the side of your neck take that I thought of earlier while watching him and just trying to compare these two and nobody else. I think Keegan Murray's ahead of Jaden Ivey defensively right now. But if you said one has the potential to be a bigger star defensively, I feel like it's Jaden Ivey. And but to be fair, I'm basing that on his athleticism, the fact that I've already seen him. I think I don't know if it's a mentality that he plays with or the style he was allowed to play with. Mm-hmm. But when you have a defender, of course, it's a double-edged sword. When you have a defender who can, jump passing lanes, who will take some chances, that could pay huge dividends, or not. Mm-hmm. He could do the exact opposite, also. Like if Jaden under Mike Brown, I could see Jaden evolving into, and perhaps the same is true for Keegan Murray. Mm-hmm. But I feel like Jaden already has a few of those like little, kid's got heart. He's got heart. He's out there taking chances. Like if he learns the right time to take those chances, I think he could wind up being one of those players that you mentioned right there. I don't necessarily feel that way about Keegan. I think Keegan is like by the book defender, and I'm gonna stay in front of my guy. Defensive stance. Defensive stance. I'm slide your feet. Slide. 3 dribbles. I'm going to stay in front of you for 3 dribbles, just like Coach said. That's what I'm going to do. I don't know why Keegan Murray talks like that. That's my Eddie Murphy boomerang voice. Where it's work over dinner. Got a hell of a load. That's all that's from. I watched that this weekend. But it's by the book. Like that's the idea. Is I'm a by the book defender. And I'm not going to cost us. And to me, that's fine. That's fine. I need somebody in Keegan Murray to be a good team defender. And I think that's more than anything, like I think that's really what this team is lacking is good guys that understand team defense, communicating,
helper, things of that nature. And from what I've seen of him, I trust that he understands those things. He understands being in the right position and being aware of your surroundings on the defensive end. So while he might not be a superstar on the defensive end, I think he's good enough. He can be solid. He can be real solid, and solid is good here in Sacramento right now. You can do a lot with solid if you're Mike Brown. You can do a lot with it.
Let's point out our man, not KJJK's remark here on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Says, I like Jaden a lot. How would Fox feel, though? 3 straight point guards? I'm going to be honest, man. If I'm trying to put together this team that won 30 games last year, I don't give a damn how De'Aaron Fox feels. I don't give a damn how Donte DiVincenzo feels or Davion Mitchell feels. I don't give a damn how the fan base feels. If I believe that Jaden Ivey is the best player who can help the Sacramento Kings, I'm drafting them.
Mm-hmm.
I just, no one else's feelings are coming into play for me if I'm Monty McNair. If I believe Jaden can play with De'Aaron, that's the question. I don't care what De'Aaron Fox's feelings are.
Mm-hmm.
If these two can play together, because the truth is, if they draft Jaden Ivey and we see Jaden Ivey as a star and we're starting to ask the question, can De'Aaron and Jaden play together? It's no longer Monty McNair's fault. Mm-hmm. It's De'Aaron Fox's fault. Because you're telling me De'Aaron Fox can't play with another guard. That's what you're telling me at this point. You need a what do you need? Who the hell was his small guard last year? Who started? What was it? It wasn't Donte. Who was it? It wasn't Terrence Davis. He was hurt.
Tyrese started.
No, when Tyrese was traded, who started right after? Was it Donte?
No, it was Justin Holiday.
Justin Holiday. That's who it was. Yeah. It was Justin freaking Holiday. I'm not turning on De'Aaron. I'm just saying.
Oh my God!
No, I'm not doing it. Not hitting that button. I'm just saying. At some point, if there's an issue with who they draft and them playing with De'Aaron Fox, it's not anybody but De'Aaron's fault. Because if you're telling me for De'Aaron to be successful, he's got to play next to Justin Holiday, this team's screwed.
Well, see, I'm trying to think of how I'm processing that. Because, like, I also don't want to, like, I think a lot of the times when people say best player available and you won 30 games and De'Aaron Fox and all this other stuff. Now, I'll stop right there. To your point, you said if you believe Jaden Ivey is best for this team, I don't care about De'Aaron Fox's feelings. So there's a different, to me, there's a little caveat there with just saying I'm just going to take the best player available regardless of what I think it does for my roster. That's not what you said. You said if you're Monty McNair and you believe Jaden Ivey is best for this team and this roster, you take him. You don't worry about Fox's feelings. I agree with that. I do think you, like, I see a lot of the times people are just like, just take best player available. I don't care. Our guy Quentin Mayo said it in Twitter today. Jason Jones said it yesterday. I don't care. You only won 30 games. You just take the best player available. Well, are you setting up De'Aaron Fox to get the best out of De'Aaron Fox? And you may not be doing that.
No,
you may not care. You know what I'm saying?
But your point is completely valid. Like I understand completely what you're saying. My feeling is, if you can't get the best out of De'Aaron Fox with another high level 2 guard in the backcourt, and with all due respect, it has to be Justin Holiday.
Well, but here's because
it didn't work with Buddy, and I'm not at all blaming that on De'Aaron Fox. Didn't work with Tyrese. Okay. Then if it doesn't work with you're telling me it's Justin Holiday or bust for De'Aaron Fox?
Well, but here's the thing about that though. Number one, we're assuming Jaden Ivey's a high level 2 guard. He may not be good enough.
He very well, yeah. That's something Monty has to know 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Number 2, with Tyrese, like, people talk in that particular case of it like being De'Aaron, and not you, I'm just saying in general, of being De'Aaron's fault. Like, you had to get Tyrese out of here to make that work. Well, the other aspect of that is when Fox was playing good, Tyrese couldn't do anything. That's even more the reason why they had to move on, because it wasn't like, oh, well, De'Aaron is playing good and Tyrese is getting it too, and we just, we can't deal with the fact when Tyrese is on that De'Aaron can't do anything. It was the fact that when De'Aaron was on, Tyrese was nowhere to be found. That was the other aspect of it. So I say to say this: if De'Aaron is playing well and Jaden Ivey can play well when De'Aaron's playing well, then we won't have an issue either. But if Jaden is falling off the face of the earth when De'Aaron's playing well, and De'Aaron is falling off the face of the earth when Jaden is playing well, they're both culpable in that situation.
Sure, absolutely.
So that's
I agree completely.
That's what I'm saying in that regards.
No, I agree completely. But for half a year, the conversation was, why can't Tyrese and De'Aaron play together? It doesn't matter that they had games where they did play well together. There were sample sizes of one playing without the other, in which it was like, wow, Tyrese looks really good. Oh, De'Aaron looks really good. Oh, Tyrese is gone. Look how good De'Aaron's playing. Oh, Tyrese is out of Sacramento. Look how good he's playing. It just further accentuated those talking points already. Whether those talking points were real or not, it doesn't matter. The point is, De'Aaron or Jaden, if he's the pick, or Domantas Sabonis, or Harry, they're going to have to learn to play with talent, because that's the only way that this team is going to succeed, is by accumulating talent. We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about this in this regard. We'll talk some other NBA news and notes as well when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I went to one of
Ramsey called for it.
Oh,
It's classic. It's classic. I went to one of the underrated gyms. I feel underrated. Maybe I'm just not outside enough, but I think it's an underrated gym here in Sacramento, and that's Chevy's on the River. Underrated. That is.
Oh, you said an underrated gym.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying Jim. I was like, okay.
Oh, no, not
I was
J-Y-M,
like, okay.
J-E-M.
Jim. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Chevy's on the River it's a good look.
Yeah.
It's a really good look.
I agree.
And you sit outside and, they got, Sacramento growing up a little bit. You got the skyline in the distance. You know what I mean? Got the water right there.
I was really curious what gym you were going to say, though. I'll be honest. Like, I was like, wow, okay.
There's no underrated gyms out here. They're all properly rated.
What's the other one that's down there? Is it Crawdads?
Crawdads on the River.
That's there. Yeah.
Our guy Trevor Fong does some stuff over there. I've always been saying I got to get out there and check him out.
He does a lot of events.
Yeah, Trevor Fong is everywhere. You ain't never there. Trevor, you need D'Lo and KC in the building, man. Come on, man. We got to make this happen.
Nah, icons are forever.
Yeah, you live forever.
Icons are forever. If you don't live forever, you weren't an icon.
Yeah. You live forever.
That thread's never gonna die. It's never gonna die. Oh, is it? It can't be. It's what month is it? It's June. It can't be iPhone time. Isn't that September?
New iPhone?
What? Oh, they unveiled iOS 16. That's what it was. I know Apple unveiled some things. I was like, it's too early for the iPhone because I need a new phone. I guarantee before the pandemic, this phone is at least, its phone might be 4 years old.
Yeah, I think
I think is the oldest iPhone I ever had. I have the thing where you could turn it in every year, get the new one, turn it in every year. I just stopped doing it. But now my phone's like, oh yeah, okay, go ahead, stop turning me in. I'll show you.
Yeah, I think when I first moved back, I think within that year, I got a new phone. So that was like 2017, 2018.
Yeah, I think that's about
You low-key tripping, Bryce. Not trash.
I like the idea. That's funny.
Yeah, they're talking about that on the Hoop Collective today about what I was talking about, where Draymond is basically making these refs look stupid. Referees in general, just they need to hold a nationwide meeting and be better at their jobs. There's not a lot of good referees on any level. It's a problem. Who was that you used to do? I know you probably know this. You've seen this. Who was the guy who used to always say steak dinner? The referee. Remember they talk about that on the NBA videos. You're like, steak dinner. I'll go look at it. If I miss it, I owe you a steak dinner.
That wasn't Joey, was it?
I don't think that was Joey. That's what that's what I thought it was.
So Joey doesn't have that type of sense of humor, I don't think.
Steak dinner.
Live on the Odyssey app, live. So I'm going to answer Kenny's question live on the air. Live on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. We're not on Twitter, are we? Nope, we're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook. I was trying to say the Odyssey app. The referee that you're thinking of, I think, who made the steak dinner references was Bennett Salvatore.
That sounds right.
Bennett Salvatore.
Right, steak dinner. Hey, Charles, steak dinner.
Boy, their steak dinners going all around that Golden State Warriors series, man. If someone,
oh my gosh, these guys would they wouldn't have any money. All the missed calls they have, these referees nowadays.
Jesse mentioned that the Warrior fans are upset that we've asked Draymond Green to stop playing football during the NBA Finals. Yeah, it's just. Like let's I understand why Warrior fans cry when you consider how much one of their prominent players just whines and complains about everything. Like everything with Draymond turns into a soundbite. Like his big take on 80s, 90s players. Like,
first of all, I was sitting there like, what are you even talking about?
Like, all right, Draymond.
I saw it. I almost put it in the rundown. I almost commented. I was like, I told you guys at the beginning of the spring, I'm not doing this all spring and summer with Draymond Green. All right, I'm not doing it. And I meant this, so I passed on it. But Damian brought it up. What was he talking about? What was he talking about?
I think it was a reference to Cedric Maxwell. I'm not 100% sure. I can't keep up with Draymond Green. Like, the extensive amount of media ass kissing that is going on right now, I just can't rock with it. So I think it had something to do with like the guys who always talk about their generations. They aren't the guys that were actually punching people in the face. Like, let's just get this clear for those who are too young to remember. No matter what old timer basketball player says or what Draymond Green says, with very few exceptions, they were not, in fact, punching each other in the face. Like, they weren't. And then to acknowledge what Draymond Green was doing in game 2 as part of the game, like, it's not. It's very, very literally illegal. Like, it's supposed to be called.
Do that. You cannot set a screen and just run.
You just can't do that.
Screen.
And it's like, I think the thing with Draymond has been nailed, and this probably just isn't Draymond. This is the Golden State Warriors, and it's probably a variety of other star players as well. As once you realize what you can get away with in the first quarter from an officiating staff, you can get away with it all game.
Mm-hmm.
So when Draymond Green's coming through, crossing half court like he's Trent Williams in the first quarter, why the hell wouldn't he do it in the third and fourth quarter?
Right.
They've already established they're not going to blow the whistle on that. You hear announce teams talking regularly. Okay, the referees are they're setting the tone here early about what they want. You hear that almost every game, especially big games. You hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, setting the tone sometimes is not blowing the whistle. And the official set the tone. Again, this has nothing to do with why the Boston Celtics lost, because the Boston Celtics, they managed that. Mm-hmm. They dealt with that tone setting. They dealt with the way Draymond Green was playing. They dealt with that physicality and intensity. They dealt with that just fine. It wasn't until they started missing too many shots and turning the ball over too many times that played them out of the game. It was none of the other stuff. All of that other stuff, that's just talk. That's just distraction. Has nothing to do with why the Celtics lost. Right. I think the Celtics know that. Doesn't mean it's not a media talking point in a potential 7-game series. It just means it has nothing to do, and I think they know this, with why they lost.
Yeah, man. It's the reason why. I heard something today, and forgive me for not getting it exactly correct. Dang, I meant to write it down, but I was doing stuff. I wasn't around. Should have wrote it down. But this is why the Boston Celtics lost game 2. There was a stat that in these playoffs, and Ramsey or somebody has it, feel free to correct me, but in these playoffs, they're like, when they have 15 or fewer turnovers, they're 13-2. Mm-hmm. When they have 15 or more, they're like 0-6.
That's right. I saw that, yeah.
That's why they lost. They had 16 turnovers in game 2. No, go ahead. Yeah, man. That's what it is. And they take care of the ball. They're tough to beat. When they don't, like they didn't in game 2, and them not taking care of the ball in game 2, a lot of that, we give credit to the Golden State Warriors and what they were able to do on the defensive end. Give credit to Draymond Green and the way he defended. Give credit to Andrew Wiggins and Gary Payton II and the way they defended. They played a hand in creating a lot of those turnovers. And then they obviously played a hand in converting on those turnovers that Boston made. So the Warriors didn't win because of the refs in game 2.
Absolutely not.
And but to act like it's just not anything that should register on anybody's radar. That's being disingenuous as well.
It'll be a bigger factor if it happens again today. If it happens again today, and as long as you, I'm more offended. I'm less offended by the Draymond Green Trent Williams plays than the Jaylen Brown phantom foul on Gary Payton and the I think it was Grant Williams, the foul call on Grant Williams.
Gosh, yeah.
When Draymond just
runs over,
plowed through him. Like, again, if you're not going to call a moving screen, whatever, dude. Like, all right, like whatever. As long as you're consistent, right. Fine. Grant Williams, he up there like.
Now, what did I do wrong?
My man's literally standing on a basketball court, gets run over and called for the foul. And it's in the and this is the shortcoming of the NBA, and I guess to a certain degree I get it. But Ime Udoka can't challenge it.
Right.
Both of those plays were in the first half. Mm-hmm. Like Udoka can't go, no, like wait a minute. Like look at that again. Jaylen doesn't touch him. Or look at this again. Like if nothing else, tell me what my player is supposed to do. You can't challenge those.
Right.
Because you need that challenge for when the referees screw up with 2 minutes left or 3 minutes left or whatever. And I understand why, but it's a shortcoming in the NBA.
And the other thing about that is, while yes, it was 1 point, or Gary Payton second hits a shot, it's 1 point or whatever the case may be. There was no point on Draymond Green. Like fouls count in this game. Mm-hmm. So when you talk about an individual's foul count, or you talk about getting one step closer to the bonus, and being able to capitalize on that if you're going to say words, all that matters. You know what I mean? So you got that. And then you got the situation where, like you saw it with Grant Williams, you saw it with Jason Tatum, where Tatum is standing there getting ready to guard the inbound, and Draymond just comes and pushes him in the chest. And then Tatum is like, well, I'm going to push you back a little bit. Oh, hey, both of you guys, cut that out. I'm just telling you. Bam, I didn't do anything. He came and pushed me in my chest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Jaylen Brown gets a technical foul, or doesn't get should have got a double technical foul because Draymond had his leg on his face and he shoved it off.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, that Draymond.
Don't do that. Like, oh, get your foot off my face. Like basketball players do that all of the time. Like they hit the ground and they're in this awkward position. They know exactly where they're at, and they'll leave their foot on a player's face and just go, what? I'm just here. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like, okay. Yo, get your freaking sneaker off my jaw.
Oh man. But it's going to be interesting because they talked about it on like I said, on the Hoop Collective about they're thinking we may know now. I don't know. I haven't looked. I really don't get into these things, but I guess Scott Foster is rumored to be reffing tonight.
Oh boy!
And essentially, I don't have the audio, but I guess Draymond was essentially talking about what we talked about the other day on the show. He's like, "Yeah, I know what time it is after I get my first technical. They're not throwing me out. Like they're not doing it."
Mm-hmm.
And this is true. He's right. He's 100% correct. And that first technical, they're not touching you after that.
I swear that's all a ramification of 2015 or 16. Sorry, 2016. It's all that. No one wants to throw him out of a finals game again because the uneducated will tell you, and the people who bite that same played ass storyline that isn't even remotely accurate, that Draymond Green would have that if Draymond Green hadn't gotten thrown out, the Warriors would have never blown that 3-1 lead or lost to the Cleveland Cavaliers. They hang on that forever, and they don't want that. They don't want another one of those out there.
No. So they let him just do whatever. And he knows it. Everybody watching knows it. You know what I mean? So, like I said, these refs, they get played like fools all the time. And just in general, they get played like fools. But when it comes to Draymond, they just look like an embarrassment a lot of the time. Just an embarrassment. Because, once again, I've said a number of different times, Draymond ain't no dummy. He's very intelligent. He's super smart. He knows exactly what time it is. He read the play long before this became an issue. You know, before we start talking about or anything else like that, he knew as soon as I get the first technical, I dare you to throw me out. I dare you. And they just fall under the lights all the time.
Okay, you're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. I'm just looking at some sound bites that are in front of me from various Celtics and Draymond Green. A master class from Draymond Green on the 80s. And like, man, y'all really do love that dude, man. But hey, good for y'all. If he makes your job easier and writing about the NBA, man, rock with it.
Come on, man.
Another quick note, because we're going to get back to the finals in about 20 minutes when Butcher Boy Joe Shasky of 95.7 The Game in San Francisco joins us in Boston, as he'll be in attendance for Game 3 and I assume Game 4 on Friday.
Real quick, you know what's funny about that? I was listening to my guys earlier, and we joke all the time about the machine that is 95.7 The Game, right? And they're like, yeah, we're back here in Boston. I guess they're at EEI doing the show. And in their building, they're like, man, they got like 6, 7, 8 guys that work on the morning show around here. Like, this is a factory. Like, they're looking back at their, 2 or 3 guys that work on their morning show, and they're like, man, we gotta get these guys some help. Just made you think about what we got. Bro.
Let me tell you what they got over there in San Francisco. One, they just casually send their entire freaking staff to Boston to cover the finals. And you know what? That's all right, because that's the home of the Golden State Warriors. That's what they should be doing. Talking about we need help. They got like a social media manager who sends out tweets and audio and clips of the show while it's happening. Yo, you know what you guys need to do? This comes from our boss. You know what you guys need to do? If you could send out clips of the show as the show is happening. Cool. Jesse, you doing that? Y'all wonder why I got this blank look on my face every day at 4:00. It's because of the amount of work we do during the show and the amount of work we have ahead of us at 4. Hey, you know what would be great if we got ESPN 1320 on TikTok? Great. Whose job's that? Oh, it's mine. Oh, all right. Yeah, no, cool. Yeah, like you know what would be good? Odyssey has this big initiative for sports podcasts. Y'all gonna can y'all do a Kings podcast? In addition to the 4-hour Kings talk show we do, you want us to create new content to get people to download it and listen to it on a podcast. That's cool. No, I got an idea. I got this young brother who could potentially help us. Great minds, got a good flows, got desire to get on the air. Yeah, it doesn't have the biggest social media following though. Like, all right.
Hey, look,
cool. We'll do it.
This all they're saying to you, Damien. That's all they're saying to you.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
All this belly aching. Stand up.
And the jacked up part is I can't say anything because ESPN was. We all know what it was. It was Will Kane. It's like, give us an opportunity to build this station from scratch. And they were like, okay. No, you wanted to build it. Like, go on. Here's go. Here's the wood. Here's the hammer. Here's the nails. Because you're doing this on your own. Oh, meanwhile, the branch of our company 90 miles from here has this embarrassment of riches, and they go to Boston and realize, man, we ain't got enough.
Okay. That's the other thing. Boston, they're looking at Boston like, damn, y'all got a lot. What? I'm sitting here like, well, what the hell is radio supposed to be? What you mean? You got more than 3 people working? What?
Let me tell y'all one other thing too.
I got them started.
Let me tell y'all one other thing too. The next time anyone else in this market decides that they don't have enough manpower to be on the air that morning or that afternoon, I want you to think about the fact that there are 2 people who essentially work here on the air. We don't miss days. We got to call and beg James Ham to do a show. He's going to do a show. I got to call James Ham, say, hey, man, I got to say goodbye to Smoothie tonight. Can you cover things with Casey tomorrow? No problem. I got you. Ain't no circumstances beyond our control that keep us off the air from doing what we do every day.
We're here every day, baby. Every day, baby.
And I'll tell you this. While I'm convinced the company is attempting to kill me, I wouldn't have it any other way.
We love it.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Come on, man. You know what it is. I love the game. Come on, man.
Man, they'll tell us, man, you guys have built something, real special at ESPN 1320. That's cap, because y'all have built it. Y'all have told people. Y'all have liked the Instagram videos. Y'all have liked us on YouTube, subscribed on YouTube, retweeted the Rihanna tweet, engaged in a 12-hour long thread of whether Rihanna is an icon or is De'Aaron Fox underrated or overrated. Like, man, wouldn't have it any other way.
We love the game, man. We love it over here.
But it's pretty rich for 95.7 The Game to be complaining about resources.
Come on, man. Y'all up here in a Rolls Royce, man.
Anytime you see ESPN do something new, it means Jesse, Kenny, or Damien did it, or Charlie. Charlie will jump in and get some stuff done for us.
Yeah, man. I just chuckled. That's all. I just chuckled. Love what we do, and like I said, I have full confidence that when the Knicks and the Kings play in the finals, we will be in New York.
Broadcasting. I don't even know we've got to have a station in New York. I have no idea who it would be.
I think it's, I don't want to say it if it's not, but I think I know who it is.
We had someone on, I think, one time from our New York station. I can't remember what it was.
We'll be right there in the heart of Times Square.
Speaking of New York, have you seen the Kyrie, New York, Brooklyn. Have you seen the New York, the Brooklyn Nets rumor with Kyrie?
Yeah, man. Yeah, like in my opinion, that's the only way to go. You got to bring him back. For better or for worse. You got to bring him back.
It certainly sounds like Kyrie's going to be back in Brooklyn, and not just back in Brooklyn with his player option, but back in Brooklyn with a contract extension. As much talk as we had about, what direction Brooklyn would go and moving on from Kyrie, from a standpoint of winning, I mean, one thing about Kyrie that's undeniable is his talent.
He's a baller.
And
he's a baller.
That's that.
He's a baller.
You just got to ride with it.
And here's the thing with the Nets. You're married, like I said, you're married to this Kevin Durant, Kyrie situation, for better or for worse. This is what when you signed them, what, about 3 years ago now? When you signed them 3 years ago, you got to ride this thing out. Because if you let Kyrie go,
everyone was hurt the first year.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You gonna, no disrespect to the man, but you're gonna rely on Ben Simmons to team up with Kevin Durant? Can't do that. James is already gone. You don't have anybody in the pipeline. Free agent class is kind of iffy this year. You gotta run it back. Cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. Let him sign the contract. Let's see where it takes him.
It's probably not the worst call either. I mean, again, Kyrie's talent is undeniable. You're probably, despite the fact that COVID is back with a vengeance, I don't think we're ever getting back to the point of state mandates and indoor masks, vaccinations, those types of things that hindered Kyrie last year and admittedly created a distraction. I don't think that stuff's happening again.
No, I don't think so either. He'll be there. He'll be there.
That's it.
From like he won't be barred from playing. I'll put it to you like that.
Right.
Will he be able to stand up to an NBA schedule anymore? I don't know. Maybe not. But I think he'll be there to play. I think he wants to. I think he definitely wants to play. The interview he did with our guy Eddie Gonzalez, after the season was done. A lot of people think this Kyrie really want to play. No, I think he really. After listening to that, and when you hear I called him Kanye. When you hear Kyrie,
because it's applicable, because it works. That's why.
When you hear Kyrie for an extended amount of time, you may not always agree with what he said, but it makes sense, like his train of thought. Sometimes, like you get it, you can see it from his perspective. You'd be like, no, you should have handled this differently, or that's not the way I go about it. But when he gets an opportunity to explain himself, you kind of say, all right. If you see it that way, cool. And that's what I thought about him when talking about basketball. Like, I know he doesn't love all the NBA stuff that comes with it, but he loves basketball. People talk about him walking away from basketball. I don't think he's walking away from basketball anytime soon. He loves hoop. And he loves to stay.
No, I mean, I still think he'll walk away sooner than we think. I just don't think it's this year.
No.
And I can't lie. I don't, as a basketball fan, I don't hate the idea of seeing. I want to see what it looks like with KD, Ben Simmons, and Kyrie. If it works, if it doesn't, I want to see how that team shakes out for an entire season, because everything involving, because it was them two first, their move to Brooklyn has been a failure. And you could blame vaccine mandates, you could blame COVID, you could blame hamstrings or ankles or knees or whatever. But that's irrelevant to the fact that it's been a failure. To see if these two can get back on track, perhaps without James Harden and Ben Simmons in that place as the third star on that team, the third option on that team, or however you want to phrase it. I'm curious. I want to see it. Part of that is my desire to see Ben Simmons back on a basketball floor and what it looks like, particularly playing with a dynamic player like Kevin Durant. And then you throw in an equally as dynamic player in Kyrie Irving. I'm curious. Just as a basketball fan, I'm interested.
Absolutely.
Listening to Kyrie is always something, right? Like it's not that different than when you listen to Draymond. He's gonna say something that might infuriate you, and Draymond, it might make you think. It might even explain something on a rare occasion. Kyrie is more like, I just can't wait to hear what he's gonna say.
Yeah, you don't know what he's gonna say.
And when he talked to Eddie, it's tough being a martyr. There it is. That's what I was waiting for. He actually said it.
And see that, like I said, with Kyrie, you get that. With Draymond, you get these guys in the 80s, they weren't necessarily just punching people in the face. That wasn't you.
I don't know. That sounded like someone other than Draymond, but I can't quite put my finger on who that sounded like. Draymond, take us to break here.
We'll be back. When I come back, like I've got to tell you more about the Sacramento Kings. We were talking about De'Aaron Fox, but I don't think you guys really understand what I meant when I was talking about De'Aaron. So I'll bring it up again for you guys to understand.
Okay. It's a little, I can't place it. It sounds like someone else and I can't figure it out, but I know what Butcher Boy sounds like, and he joins us next year on ESPN 1320. Yeah, a little bit. I think that's what it was. There's a little south in there.
Me
and my family. Family.
Oh man. So I ordered this ball pump, like basketball, bouncy ball, whatever pump, from Amazon at 10 o'clock this morning. Like, yeah, it'll be there today. Excuse me? How?
There you go. Well, the warehouses, the drones.
So they all just got, I don't even want to say it, but they all just got pumps. Just, air pumps.
It's weird. Man. Ain't nothing it still pales in comparison to your line about feeling dirty after the extra pump when you were talking about your white chocolate mocha. Like that was and the fact that you didn't even catch it, like that was an all-timer.
Yo, I gotta ask, because I was thinking about this the other day. I guess this is just a guy thing. When did this start? When did we start these things? Because I don't feel like they were doing this in the 80s and the 70s.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, I know Chris was really bad with it. Like, you had to watch every word you said when you were around Chris, because everything would be like a joke. And he would do this thing where he'd be in the other room of the studio, and if you said something on the air, you'd see him like look around, past the partition to look at you like, did you hear what you just said? Oh, and he still does that. He don't even work here, and he still does that.
Oh, come on, man. It's a guy thing. We're bad with it.
Terrible.
I know I'm bad with it.
That's it. I think that's Michael Scott plays it.
I'll laugh for 5 straight minutes on a good one. You got like a premium Peacock.
Like, come on, man. It's like, see.
the hilarious part is me, like Charles, like when you said something, you just can't get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Charles said what he said, he goes, come on, man.
Bring in Butch, man. What's up, Butch?
Sun's out, guns out, huh? You looking good.
Hey, man, I'm doing my best, man. I'm doing my best. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just got, the full credo from about 7 different people. You're not allowed to be rooting or be a fan. And, nothing drives me crazier than media people who are immune to having happiness or rooting or cheering. I think it's the fakest thing in the world. We all got in this business because we loved it. And it just drives me nuts when people like look down on somebody. Like, I can't be critical. I've been critical of the freaking Niners and the Giants and the Warriors my whole life. I want to see them win championships every single year. When they do good things, I praise them. When they do bad things, I rip them. That's what I do. That's what fans do.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm fired up.
We love it. We love it. Where you at tonight?
Not on the air, by the way. Just.
Are you in the?
Are we on the air?
No, we're just on the live. Go ahead. No, we're in commercial.
Sorry, I was ready to perform like right away.
Where are you at tonight? Are you in the media section? Do you have some seats? Like, where are you at?
Right now, I'm supposed to be in the media section. I'm contemplating waiting till right before tip-off and just purchasing the cheapest possible nosebleed seats so that I don't have to hear it. I don't want to hear it from anybody. I don't want to feel any guilt or anything like that. I've been purveying all over the different sites. I might be able to squeeze in somewhere. I just want to be myself. I want to just enjoy the game. I don't understand why that's such a crime these days. Like, it really honestly bugs me.
Yeah.
People hate happiness. I think you hit the nail on the head.
We need more bubbles. That's what we need.
That's what bubbles
make people happy.
Bubbles make people happy.
It's just
hang on, Butch. We're coming back right now. Hang on, Butch. Sorry. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and of course live on 1320 AM. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We welcome in Butcher Boy Joe Shasky of 95.7 in San Francisco, of course, host of the Morning Roast, of 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, on location from his hotel in Boston, getting ready for Game 3. For those who are watching on the live stream, you were treated to a treat of Butcher Boy proclaiming that media people don't have happiness because they're telling him he can't wear his Chris Mullin jersey that he has in the background here, that he can't cheer on his Golden State Warriors. And Butch, I say, have some fun tonight.
I mean, the reality is, if you think Vin Scully is a member of the media, you're mistaken. Like, he has been rooting for the Dodgers his entire broadcasting career. And I love Vin Scully. We all love Vin Scully, but he's a fan, just like you and me. Is he also simultaneously a team employee? Absolutely. But when Pujols hits a bomb, he's not like, that was not a bomb by Albert Pujols right there. Like, no, he's objective and he's willing and able to take off the hat for a second and call things how it is. So I'm here in Boston. I'm behind enemy lines. I'm staying at the Paul Revere Hotel. Boys, does it get more Boston than the Paul Revere Hotel?
Just
Paul Revere Hotel. Oh my.
I hope Bonte's not staying there.
No, he's staying at the Wyndham down the street. Okay. This is a great story. We get in late last night. We're on an Uber, and it just so happens Darrell Wright, who does television with Bonte, used to play for the Warriors, Sacramento Kings. Him and B are going to stay at another hotel down the way. And so we all hop an Uber, and we're going to kind of go in the same area. And they get out of the Uber, and it's just me in there with the Uber driver. He goes, "Man, those two NBA players, do you represent them as an agent?"
Jesus Christ, that's Boston.
I go, actually, I'm like 5 times the basketball player that Bonte is, number one. And number two, no, I do not represent them as an agent, though I would love to have agent money. Come on, that's pretty funny.
That's Boston, baby.
There he is.
That's Boston.
Oh, man, shout out to Boston, man. But I do say this, though, about you just being able to be you in the media era. Look, man, the other thing I think about is if you're I'm just throwing out a guy that I like, Ray Ratto. I like Ray Ratto. If you're Ray Ratto, what does it bother you that Joe is in the media box cheering? That don't do nothing for your job and what you're there to do. So let that man cheer if he wants to.
I mean, and the way I look at it, when you're in a basketball arena, if you've ever been to the ones that Chase, I don't know how it's set up in Boston, but there's 17, 19, 22,000 other people screaming and yelling. So the guy 5 rows to the left of you screaming and just happens to be sitting in a different section, that's going to bother you from typing out your story. I mean, get over yourself. This is why people can't stand media.
There's a variety of reasons of why.
That's true.
And I'd argue one of the prime reasons is some of these athletes got the media wrapped around their.
Let's talk about it. Let's go there.
There is no more prime example of the man on the one-man Hall of Fame candidacy trip, and it's your boy Draymond Green. What is going on with Draymond in the media right now? He's giving like 20-minute press conferences every night. Like he's like everyone's darling with the soundbite. Like what's happening?
Well, he's a great talker. Can we at least all agree there? Like he's a first ballot Hall of Fame talker. I mean, look, we can argue till
as long as he's talking about himself. Absolutely.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Hey, look, man, he can give a great shovel pass to a wide open Steph Curry like any other. You know what I mean? He's fantastic at that. Look, we can debate his Hall of Fame candidacy all you want. Like I think that's a great sports debate. If we're being honest.
No debate. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
No, I do too. But like, you know, he lands on, let's just say, the Orlando Magic. We're not talking about Draymond Green today. Like, I recognize that. And I bet you Draymond Green recognizes that. His career plays out in a totally different way. Who knows how long he stays? Who knows what player he evolves into? But can't you say that for just about any player? Like, you're wearing a Joe Montana jersey, Kenny. Mm-hmm. I think about this all the time. Joe Montana gets drafted by the Arizona Cardinals. Is he Joe Montana? I still think he's really good, but I don't think he becomes the greatest football player, at least in that generation, that we've ever seen. Being married with Bill Walsh, that absolutely mattered. So Draymond's success, being near Steph Curry and being around that team, there's no doubt about it that he does not have the success that he has without Steph Curry. But Steph does get a lot of success because of what Draymond provides. Like, I do think it's a two-way street, although the river's flowing in Steph's direction, if you know what I'm saying. But the thing is, too, he loves to say the outlandish thing because he's the only guy who's really outspoken on this team. And I think that not only on the court does he try to act like a bully, but I believe off the court, he tries to absorb all the bully stuff and give the bulletin board material so that these other kind of silent assassin guys don't need to fall into that mix.
I know people all the time like to tell me, you know, when I'm critical of something Draymond does, they say, "Oh, KC, you hating. You would love if Draymond was on the Sacramento Kings." I said, "Well, look, if Draymond was on the Sacramento Kings, he'd be Tristan Thompson." Okay, so I don't know how much I'd love him. He wouldn't be this possible 4-time NBA champion, but
he'd be the first teammate to punch out his shooter live on the floor after his 10th shovel pass to Buddy Hield that he missed. So, all right.
I say this though about Draymond Green. I've said it all playoff run, and I thought it was on display in game 2. I really loved what he brought to that team coming into that game, whether it was overboard or whatever. That's something for the referees. The referees allowed all that to go down. Draymond Green was part of the catalyst that said, you know what, we got embarrassed at the end of game 1. There's a sense of urgency we need going into game 2. We're going to ratchet up the defensive intensity. We're going to ratchet up the physical nature and the way we play. And he brought it in game 2, and those other guys brought it as well. The Wiggins, the Gary Payton II, they brought it. And I don't know if the Celtics were overwhelmed by it or not, but it set the tone. It set the tone. This is how we're going to play today. This is how it's going to be. Do you see them having that same type of – was that a one-off for them in game 2, or are they just going to consistently bring that for the rest of this series, in your opinion?
It's tough to tell. I mean, look, I don't really know. I don't know how locked in they're going to be. When they miss shots, it looks lethargic. Guys, that is a reality for this. And it's kind of been a reality for this team quietly over the years. They turn the ball over and get sloppy, right? And then there's times, and you've seen this throughout the playoffs. I think a lot of teams have this in them, and it kind of drives me crazy. It's not our night. I hate hearing that. It drives me nuts. And then you lose by 25, 30, 35. I don't know if you guys have noticed that throughout the playoffs. It feels like, to me, the off button gets flipped way too quick in these playoffs, just in general. There's not a lot of personal pride in terms of fighting. Hey, we're down 19. I don't care. It is the playoffs. It's the finals. You're just going to mail it in and wave the white flag? Like, that's just not how I was, raised. That's not how I play ball. But here's the thing about Draymond Green. He lives on the razor's edge at all times. And I'm telling you, the guy gives me mad anxiety. Like, and his mom said it to us today. We had his mom on today. And she's 100% right. Yeah. I'm like, he's so in people's face. There are times, I believe this, there are times where it's like, all right, Dre kind of needs to get kicked out in this game because I think we're better with him off the floor. Now, that's not all the time. That's few and far between, but he runs so hot and he's so erratic. I do think at times it's to his own detriment. But the reality is they need this dude. I mean, they do. They need him. They need him to match the toughness that the Celtics bring. Marcus Smart, is a beast. This Robert Williams kid is a gladiator playing on one knee. So they need his level of physicality because Klay Thompson ain't really shoving nobody off with the elbow, and Steph ain't doing that either. And JP, he does a lot of chirping. He's kind of fake tough guy too. I love JP.
I do.
Which do you think was more of the aberration of the series? The fourth quarter from the Warriors in game 1 or the third quarter from the Celtics in game number 2?
Well, both third quarters, it feels like the Warriors have come out and made adjustments. But my thing is this, the Warriors were in control of game 1. No, they weren't. They've played two outstanding quarters, both third quarters. Everything else has been pretty damn close. You know what I mean? Except for that fourth quarter. I believe that their role players will not have a game like they did in game 2. Now, will it be fourth quarter game 1 where they couldn't miss? No, it's got to be somewhere in between though, right? And then here's the question that I keep asking myself. Can I envision Klay Thompson going for 20 to 25 points twice in this series moving forward? I don't know. I think that disrespects the Boston defense. And that's no slight at Klay Thompson whatsoever.
Oh, that's a great point.
Jalen's a beast right now. And then outside of 3 minutes at the end of the third quarter, Jordan Poole has been horrific. And I am JP's biggest fan. I question, is JP the second best offensive player on this team? I said it all throughout the second half of the season, and he's been horrific. The toughness, he's getting in his own dome. He's chirping way too much to the officials. The question is, what version of Jordan Poole do they get on the road? I need to see that, and I don't know what the answer is. I feel like the ancillary pieces for Boston are going to show up more than they did in game 2. So I lean more I think Boston can replicate what they did more so than me thinking that, the Warriors are going to blow them out like they did in the third quarter. That's fool's gold.
Yeah. The concerns about Klay are real. I've had concerns about, and this is not a knock on him. It's just what he's had to go through, what's been going on with him. You know what I mean? This guy's got one healthy leg, or I don't even know if they were on the same leg, the injuries. It might be on both, two different legs. So he's got to recover from that. And who knows if he's ever going to be the same. I look at game 3 though, and especially after the way the first 2 games have gone, I can see Klay stepping up big time in game 3. I think he's a champion. We talk about it here with the San Francisco Giants all the time when Bochi was here. He's got the champion blood. And I see Klay stepping up big time in game 3. I think he's going to have a good game, man.
So the reality for me is that I think he's gotten good looks. I do think that they contest shots very well. Just Boston in general. Their length and their recovery is fantastic. I expect them to blitz Steph Curry. You got to double him at the top of the key, force Draymond Green to put the ball on the floor. So then it becomes, can I get 3-on-4s, 4-on-3s, whatever you want to call it, for Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson to hit shots? I believe they can. But his mechanics, KC, when he's drifting as he's shooting, it's just, and I feel like his legs are kind of shot right now. He didn't play back-to-backs all throughout the year. And then now you're in the playoffs, and it's heavy minutes. And playoff minutes, finals minutes, they are not February against the Kings minutes. No disrespect. You know what I mean? It's just different. And so do I expect him to have a single game? He's got to have a single game. They got no shot if he doesn't have a single game. It's not one game. To me, it's can he have 2 of the next 5? I don't even know if I know the answer. I can't believe I'm doubting him too. I love the dude, but Jalen, if I was going ranking the 2 guards in the league who could slow down someone like Klay, even as a spot-up shooter, Jalen's at the top of the list. Yeah. Jalen's a beast defensively.
Which I think that's one of the great storylines of this series here with the Warriors and the Celtics is it's the Warriors. It's their 6th trip to the finals. This isn't that Warriors team. This isn't 2015. This sure as hell isn't 2016 or 17 or anything involving Kevin Durant. To me, and this is the Bob Myers Steph Curry finals right here. This accentuates how great Steph Curry is. And I think if they win, they're going to win because of Steph Curry. We had fun before the series started talking about who's the best player, before game 1, who's the best player in this series? Is it Steph or is it Tatum? The answer definitively right now is Steph Curry. And if that remains the same, the Warriors are going to win this, and they're not going to win it because of their big 3 of Klay, Draymond, and Steph Curry. They're going to win it because the way this team is built out, the willingness of this organization to spend money, and Steph Curry.
Yeah,
and that's completely different than anything they've done in the past.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember when they were, peeling off 73 wins in 2016, Draymond averaged 16.9 points a game. That guy is long gone. Like that Draymond Green is long gone. He was shooting like 34, 35% from three-point land. He doesn't even attempt but like 4 or 5 shots a game now. Like he's totally different. Klay Thompson, if you just watch that OKC playoff run, okay, we were watching game 6 the other day. It was on NBA TV. Klay's just like pulling, just unconscious. No hesitation, athleticism through the roof, and his defense, I mean, if you were looking for a 2 guard who could guard 2 through 4, he was the prototype dude at that time. Now I feel like, if we're being honest, it's more Jaylen Brown than it is Klay Thompson these days, just because of age, wear, and tear. Here's the other thing, though. Somebody else got to step up. Like they need someone else to step up and shoulder that burden, because I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins. Although he gets his 15, 16, he missed a zillion bunnies in that game. He's going to get wide open 3-point looks. He's exerting a lot of energy defending Jason Tatum. Kevon Looney's been awesome these playoffs, but Robert Williams is way more athletic than he is. I mean, that's just the reality. So, but they need other guys to contribute. Even if Steph goes for 40, guys, I need another 65 to 75 points on the board here. Where is it coming from? So that's where I worry. And the rookies who helped them throughout the year, Kuminga, Moody, I mean, we're really going to go to a 20-year-old in the finals on the road in the Boston Garden? That feels like a stretch. So I need Otto Porter Jr., JP, Klay Thompson. It's about the others as well. Curry's going to carry the load, no doubt about it. But these other guys got to step up.
One of the things that, as we got Butcher Boy Joe Shasky here from 95.7 The Game, the morning roast they're in Boston right now. I texted my guy the other day. I was like, man, these guys are in the finals right now. They're at the finals. Let's go. I was so happy to see Bonte and Butcher.
That meant a lot for you to text that. Thank you.
Nah, man, I'm super happy for you guys to be experiencing that. I say all the time, the Kings and Knicks, we'll go to New York, when the Kings and Knicks play in the finals. It's probably in the next 5 years. You heard it here first. Kings, Knicks, it's going to happen. But
we'll do the show from 1520 Sedgwick Avenue. That's
But one of the aspects of game 2 that I really thought helped the Warriors kind of change what was going on and even up this series was Gary Payton II being back. And I just look at what they were able to do defensively with Draymond, Wiggins, and Gary Payton II. And I thought it changed the game. And I wonder, it was easy because they were winning and things are going good. Where are the minutes coming from, though? Because I know Steve Kerr wants to get Klay his minutes. I know he wants Jordan Poole to have his minutes. We get into a clutch time situation. Is there a lineup that has Gary Payton II on the floor with Klay Thompson, or is Kerr going to have to make that decision?
No. He absolutely would be out there, because we've had different, whether it's Wiggins, Curry, Klay, Dre. Who's that fifth? Is it Otto Porter Jr.? Is it Jordan Poole? Could it be Gary Payton II? The reality is this, and I brought this up earlier in the series, and Bonte wasn't really feeling it, but I think now you've seen it a little bit. Klay, it can be more of a stretch 4 in this series because of positionless basketball, and you could throw him on Horford. Horford's not going to eat your lunch meat at the block. That's just not who he is anymore. He's kind of like a catch and shoot, end of the shot clock kind of a guy now, where he's going to post up. And credit to him, because he's developed that aspect of his game. Right. GP2's the Energizer Bunny, guys. Like, when you can prevent dribble drive penetration from Jaylen Brown, it forces this team to pass along the perimeter. That's not the strength of their team. It's just not. Marcus Smart is not a traditional point guard. I like him. I love everything about him. I want him on my team. You know what I mean? But like, set up point guard, not him. Love Jason Tatum. Love what he did in game 1 where he was deferring and their guys were hitting. But I just don't see a guy who can do that consistently for them and set things up. So I'm looking at Gary Payton. I'm saying, hey, if he stays in front of Jaylen Brown, that enables Draymond Green to not be the guy that has to swing over and help on that. Because, Casey, you brought this up for years. Dre's not a straight-up defender. He can be. He's a great help defender when he's playing free safety and he's able to roam. And so when you are getting burned by on the perimeter, Dre slides over. The next thing you know, that ball's hopping around. And this defense looks slow and old. So GP2 not only harasses and gets into the passing lanes, he just stays in front of his man. And I know that sounds so simplistic, but like, stop the ball. That is a principle I still live by. I don't care what level of hoops. KC, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it is. Klay could not stay in front of Jaylen Brown. And I did love also, not only did they throw GP2 on him, they doubled him at the top of the key and said, throw it to someone else, and I dare you to relocate. So few people do what Curry does and relocate. I'm shocked it has not become part of everyone's arsenal. Luka, Harden, all these great shooters, how are you not learning to relocate after you get rid of the ball? It's beyond me.
Yeah.
It brings up an interesting point. You're talking about the way that or an interesting question in my head in the way that you're talking about the Warriors and their defensive approach. We've seen Tatum, certainly in game one, he was distributing the ball. Like he was essentially a facilitator in that game. In game two, like he scored, but I don't know that anybody feels good about Jason Tatum's game. And like I've been just waiting for Tatum to take that like one last little micro step he needs to take to get into that class with Steph and Giannis and LeBron and like the elite of the elite in this league. And of course, Nikola Jokic. Is that more on Tatum's assertiveness that he has to? We talk about Draymond Green stepping out in game two and establishing the intensity for the Golden State Warriors. Is this about Tatum stepping out and establishing himself early in this game, or are the Warriors just taking that ability away?
Well, my thing is like I think it's harder to guard 4 or 5 guys on a court than it is one, right? Like if one guy's scoring, I can live with that. It's when 4 or 5 guys are busting, and then you're rotating, you're scrambling, and you're giving up good looks. Game one, 15 made threes from Marcus Smart, Derek White, and Al Horford. Okay, White, most 3-pointers he's had all year in a game. Horford, most 3-pointers he's had at any point in his career in one game. In game two, they go from 15 down to 2. So to me, like, was it because they don't get touches? Is it because they're missing? Is it because they're afraid on the road? I don't know. The number has to be somewhere in between. Like, I don't think they're as bad as they were in game two, but I think finding that right balance of Jason Tatum scoring and being a threat and then trusting his teammates, that's hard. Like, that's really hard when you're 25. It took Steph a long time. Steph wanted to cook guys out on the perimeter, and it took him a long time to know that, hey, if I throw it to you, not only are you going to make a smart basketball play, I might get it back. How many young players are afraid of not getting it back because they throw it to an ancillary piece, and they're like, not really trusting Derek White right now. And then Marcus Smart was in foul trouble. Derek White was in foul trouble. That's another thing. Like, we complain about the refs. 2 on Tatum, 2 on Brown, 2 on Marcus Smart in the first 16 minutes of that game. That affects their offense.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I've been there.
Sorry, I'm all over the place.
No, you're fine. I do it with the Niners all the time. I find a way why I believe they're going to win. It's just, hey, it's just what it is. So I know that you'll find a way to believe why the Warriors are going to, win tonight or tomorrow, whatever the case may be. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I want to ask you about my assessment of these 2 games. I believe if Boston can hold the home court and win both of these games, they'll win the NBA Finals. If the Warriors find a way to get one, it doesn't matter which one, but if they get one, get the home court back, I think that's the series. I think they'll win the NBA Finals. What do you think about that? If the Warriors were to go down 3-1, do you think they still have obviously they have a chance, but do you think they'd still be able to come back?
I think it'd be really, 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 really difficult. Yeah, they have a percentage chance or whatever it is, but like, if one team wins both, it's a wrap. Like, that's the way I'm viewing it. A split, I don't even lean in one direction or the other. They're 8-3 on the road in the playoffs. They won 3 out of 4 in Miami, Boston did, okay? So they're, for some reason, I don't know what this algorithm is, they're better on the road than they are at home. They're 5-4 at home. That kind of shocked me. Like, wow, like you've been on a tear. You want
to. Turns out they hate Boston too. Celtics hate Boston.
But isn't that kind of crazy? Like, I can't remember a finals team that was so mediocre at home that went through Milwaukee and Brooklyn and Miami and like they were the beasts of the East. So I don't know what to expect from them tonight. The other thing is, like, look, there's something to be said for being there. I know we probably overrate experience and things like that, but there is something to be said for understanding the moment on the road. And that's where I look at the Warriors and I say to myself, and Darrell said this in the Uber last night, if you think the Warriors are just coming for a split, you're tripping. Like, Steph Curry in his head is like, we're taking game 3 and then we're going to take game 4. Like, that's how they're thinking. They don't want to hop back on a 6-hour flight like we did and come back to Boston again. So yeah, if they go down 2, 3-1, if you will, the Warriors, it's a wrap to me. 1-1, I still don't know. Like, I think to me, that's disrespectful to Boston from my perspective, because I do fear them appropriately.
Yeah.
Have a blast, Butch. Have fun tonight, man. Have fun the rest of this week. That's good stuff.
I've never been to an NBA Finals game.
I've
never been. So my first one is going to be at the TD Garden in Boston, Warriors versus the Celtics. I mean, as NBA fans, guys, this is what we've been kind of tripping off. My Warriors are facing the frickin' Celtics in the NBA Finals. Like, it really is surreal to me. And I know there's a lot of, like, new Warrior fans that think they're just birthright into the finals. Like, it doesn't get old for me. And I hope people understand how rare this is, and I hope they appreciate it, because I certainly am. Like, this is everything you sign up for and then some when you become a sports fan.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. It's like if the Giants took on the Yankees or something like that. You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
the Niners played the Niners are the creme de la creme. So, you know, ain't nobody you compare to them. They're the top of the top. You know what it is.
Okay. Quick Niners takes real quick, boys. Debo wearing Niner gear on the sideline. Yes. Thank you.
Happy family again, man. Debo, he's gonna get his money. We're gonna be back. We're gonna have the 19 jersey rocking. We got unfinished business. Okay. Aaron Donald can sign his little contract or whatever the case may be. We got unfinished business.
Streets are telling me Trey Lance looks phenomenal. Just letting you know that.
Oh,
Streets are talking.
Try to tell these people.
Oh, like y'all are in the same streets together. Okay.
We're outside. We're outside. What do you want us to do, Damien? We're outside.
The streets be talking to Butch and KC. That's good stuff. Have fun tonight, man. Have fun the rest of the week. We appreciate you to no end. Thanks, Butch.
Thanks, big
I'm
dog.
proud of you guys, and I can't wait for you guys, Sacramento, to have this same moment. Keep doing what you're doing for Sacramento.
My man, appreciate you, Brody.
And moments on the
boys.
way. Be positive. That's Joe Shasky, Butcher Boy, host of the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. He is on the road this week in Boston for the NBA Finals. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA. You guys brought up the San Francisco 49ers. You brought up Debo. We should dive into that as well. The Athletic had a list of top 25 free agents this summer. Touch on all of that. Lots more ahead as D'Lo and KC continue here on ESPN 1320. Oh, man, that's good stuff from Butch. Stuff from Butch. And we're coming up at 3 o'clock. James will be with us.
Oh man. Yeah. I don't know why I'm yawning. Got a good night's sleep, you know, got some rest. Everything's good.
Oh, yeah. I turned the alarm off this morning. I turned the alarm off and still woke up at 5:30. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not 5:30, but I said this before. I used to, you know, college, a little after college, I could sleep till 11, 12 o'clock if I'm up late enough, you know, at night. And, you know, you become a father, you know what I mean? And sleeping in is like 9 o'clock. Like, even on the weekends or when I can sleep longer, like I'll sleep till like 8 and feel like I got some rest. Like, oh man, I slept in. It must be 10 o'clock. No, it's like 8:15. Then I'm up and out.
Yeah. Yeah. I get up at the same time the alarm goes off every day. It's just a matter of if I'm not getting up, like if it's Saturday or Sunday or whatever, do I fall back asleep or not? Mm-hmm. Thankfully, most times I can.
Yeah, I'll be asleep. I'll be asleep. Like people, I'm fortunate enough, you know, people like, man, I woke up, had to go back to sleep in the middle of the night. When I be asleep, I'm just asleep. Jesse, are you a 4 alarm guy? He said, I gotta set my 4 alarms, man. Make sure I gotta get up. I've gotten better with that over the last couple of years, but yeah, I need to make sure. I'll hit a snooze button.
No food for you, buddy. No
That's
food.
the way to do it.
No food for you.
Got these kids. You know Charles Kidd?
I think so.
Like he's been around for a long time, but now he's like a strength and conditioning guy.
Okay.
Oak Park. He been around for a while. I didn't know if you know him or not though. He's still kicking them. Charles Kidd is. If I'm 38, 39, he's got to be 65. Still just solid. Still looks good out there working, doing plyos and stuff. Like,
man, working.
No nonsense.
Hmm. 10-year anniversary of Linsanity.
Oh wow! What? Who said that?
Yeah. It's that Linsanity doc that's airing at that film festival is out, and it says on the 10-year anniversary of Linsanity, Jeremy Lin reflects. "38 at the Garden" will premiere Sunday at the Tribeca Film Festival to commemorate 10 years since Linsanity.
I'm just stuck because they're just saying 10 years.
It's the 2011-2012 season.
Okay, now it's making more sense. They're like, ain't no 10 years to the day.
No, it's 10 years since Linsanity. Yeah, no, it has to do with the release. It's based on the Tribeca Film Festival, not the actual anniversary of when Linsanity took off. They're like, hey, we got to move the film. We got to move one of the biggest film festivals on the planet to line up with Linsanity. Yeah, got
to move to January. I would love to see that though.
Yeah, me too.
I'd love to see that. I hope that becomes something that gets picked up, or some kind of streaming service or something like that.
Yeah, I'm confident it will. I'm trying to scroll through this article in The Athletic to see if that's the case. I'm sure someone will pick it up. It'll air on Tribeca, or it'll be a part of Tribeca first, but I'm sure someone will pick it up and it'll air.
Hopefully
it's not a 10-hour documentary either. It's like 30 minutes or something like that.
Good.
Yeah, it's
not, they don't have to be 10 hours. There we go. That's good.
They do not.
Hopefully they stop the tape before they get to the part where they ask Carmelo if he would resign Linsanity.
You got to leave that part in.
Oh no.
You got to leave that in. Like you've got to tell the story. You got to tell the whole story.
Carmelo says it.
Yeah, but didn't they ask him, like, would you resign him for, and like they said the number, and he said, like, that's crazy. Like, yeah.
And look,
that's crazy.
It is as harsh as that may sound. As Stephen A. once said, you're not wrong. You didn't have to say it that way, but you're not wrong.
He called it ridiculous. That's it. He called it ridiculous.
You're not wrong, Carmelo. You didn't have to say it.
Jeremy Lin was once it was very much once is this dude going to get 100? I don't even remember what the number was. $100 some odd $1 million contract extension.
Yeah. What made it even crazier with Carmelo is that was his teammate.
Yeah, no, like there was
like just randomly talking about the league. Like that was his teammate. He said, that's ridiculous.
Man, that's I don't even know what to think of. I don't even know what to think of Carmelo after. Like that was just it's one of those things where you could try to explain it to somebody. Like if you explain to them, like, no, this basketball player in New York captivated the league for like a solid month.
Mm-hmm.
And there was talks about him and Carmelo and them not getting along, and Carmelo didn't like him, and what type of contract would he get when he was a free agent. And it was literally the number one story in the NBA. It was the number one story in all of sports. Jeremy Lin got people fired because of the way that he was covered. Like, it's, ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a you had to be there thing, but I feel like just saying that out loud, it sounds ridiculous.
I think well, it's been 10 years, but maybe another 5 years from now, it'll be like I'll try to 5 years from now, Reese will be 14, 15. I'll try to explain it to him. He'll be like, what? What? That don't even sound right.
Come on, Dad. They wouldn't do that. That's silly.
That don't even sound right.
That's silly.
Real quick, did we mention it on here? I think we did. Sorry if we did. About Giannis's movie.
Yeah, you brought it up. That it's like on Disney Plus or something.
Yeah. Looking forward to
it. Is it being made, or it's already made and it's coming out?
It's made. It's coming out on the 24th, I think.
Because you know who else? You know who got a new biopic? He had one before, but he'd been around so long, he got a new one.
Who?
Tyson.
Mike Tyson?
Is there another Tyson? Mike Tyson, yeah.
I'd say Tyson Bedford? What?
No, I think it's no. I think they would never be able to find an actor to play him. I think it's a Hulu joint.
Wow. Well, and to be honest with you, I mean, he's had a whole nother movie worth of a life.
Oh, for sure.
So it's
I'm gonna tag you in the first look.
I got it. Oh,
yeah, our man Karan J. Phillips posted it. I'm gonna tag you in it right now so you could see.
If we want to know
Rhodes.
If we want to know more about Draymond Green, Karen said just holler at him, Saginaw. You know, they built different.
Oh, they are indeed built different. That's for sure. And Karen's mouth is about the same as Draymond's. I guess it's not a movie; it's a series.
Oh, that's even doper.
And it's on Hulu. I remember they did a Mike Tyson movie. I think it was HBO.
Mm-hmm.
Michael High White.
Yeah.
As Draymond would say, good luck. Good luck finding someone to play Mike Tyson better than Michael High White did.
He did that when when they had the scene where he was doing the Barbara Walters interview. Man, he was just like Mike.
Yeah, exactly like him. That's like a early, like that was
VHS.
When he went to jail. Like that was early 90s.
That's VHS. That's got to be, I would say that's more than 20 years old, 20, 25 years old, probably.
Yeah, man, I would bet right now, and I'm going to look it up. I wouldn't bet money because that's silly, but I'm going to go 30 years. I'm going to go 30 years.
I'm going to go 25. I'm going to go 20.
Okay. It's 90. It's 95. Is this the HBO one? 1995.
Man, it's almost 30.
Oh yeah. That's Michael High White
27?
there. Yeah.
27 years.
25. Yeah. Or 1995 is when that movie came out. I just remember the scene with him and the birds. Like the birds were such a big part of that movie.
Yeah.
The Athletic came out with a list of the 25 top free agents this offseason, as we have outlined on numerous occasions. This ain't the class. Now, technically, there are big names that are free agents or could potentially be free agents, but are likely not going anywhere. Kyrie Irving, obviously, an example. He has a player option for $48 million. He's not going anywhere. James Harden has a player option for 46. Even if he doesn't pick up the player option, it's only because he's going to sign a long-term contract with Philadelphia because Daryl Morey does stupid things like that. Bradley Beal, Zach Lavine. Now, Zach Lavine's an interesting one. I just realized this. Wait a minute.
Well,
wait a second. Kyrie Irving has a player option this year.
Yeah.
James Harden, player option.
Yeah.
Bradley Beal, player option. They're all on the list. How was Russell Westbrook not on the list?
Oh, well, they say, you know why he's not on the list?
Why?
Not one of the top 25 free agents. I didn't want to be the one to say it. Not one of the top 25.
You're telling me Donte DiVincenzo is on this list? Yusuf Nurkic is on this list. They had the nerve to include a column that says guys who won't be free agents. But you put Bradley Beal and Kyrie Irving in here?
Russ should absolutely be on the list. I think he should be there for sure. I'm just saying they probably didn't look at him.
I know you're trying to start stuff. He's included in a part that says special interlude, the guys who won't be free agents. Westbrook has a player option that he could opt out of the final year of his $47 million. Tough call, huh? While it's possible he could be traded then waived by his new team, by far the most likely outcome is his return to LA. Why didn't you include that caveat? I'm sorry, Kyrie's going to turn down $48 million? No, man, this is getting out of hand. This is getting ridiculous. It's really getting ridiculous.
I got you, partner. I got you.
It's getting ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
Now,
this is ridiculous, man. Ridiculous.
Thank you, DeMarcus. The one of note, though, is Zach Lavine. Because all of a sudden, it sounds like there's certainly chatter enough to have gotten our attention that perhaps Zach Lavine is, in fact, not going back to Chicago.
I wonder what exactly the deal is right there, because it felt like it was such a perfect marriage. I mean, not this year, but the year before, makes the all-star team there. You know, it looked like he came into his own as a shooting guard and realized all the potential that he had. They get to the playoffs this year. He had an injury, I don't want to say injury-prone year, but, you know, he was battling some injuries. And it just feels like, you know, it feels like a good match.
Is this
all of a sudden? No, I was just gonna say. And then all of a sudden, it's not.
I have a question about that because we've long wondered whether this incentive to sign with the team that you're on has helped or hurt. But let's get to Dan here. Dan's on the phone. 916-349-1320. What's happening, Dan?
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're good, Dan.
Good. Did you guys know who's doing the acting for the new Tyson documentary?
You said the acting for it?
Yeah, did you hear him be Tyson?
No, it's a dude named Trevante Rhodes.
No, the new one. I heard it's Jamie Foxx is doing the new Tyson documentary.
Yeah. No, I think so. There's a Hulu series that's coming out in August. I think Jamie Foxx is working on like an actual feature film on Mike Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you guys were talking about and didn't know who the actor was, because I remember him from In Living Color doing Tyson.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah.
Three champs and a baby. Appreciate you, Dan. No, that's a good call. Like Mike Tyson in the band. He's getting the Hulu series treatment, and then this Jamie Foxx doc or this Jamie Foxx movie has long been talked about.
Yeah, it's sounding like Detox.
Wow.
Sounding like Detox.
For those who don't get the reference,
in this movie for a while.
Yeah, for those who don't get the reference, Detox is the album that Dr. Dre has been coming out with for the last 20 years.
Not lying.
And I do think at some point he finally acknowledged, like, yeah, no, I just didn't like it. It's not coming out. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But I might have an answer regarding the Zach Lavine Chicago thing.
Okay, what you got?
Does it boil down? It's simple. Money. Does it boil down to, with Chicago, he's eligible for 5 years, 212.
Mm-hmm.
And Chicago, and I'm posing this as a question, not a statement. Is Chicago looking at that like, I don't know, 5 years, 212? I don't know that we can invest that in Zach Lavine. That doesn't feel like a smart spend of our money. Now, it's one thing for San Antonio or Detroit or these other teams with cap money to say, hey, Zach, we can't offer you that, but we can offer you 164.
Mm-hmm.
That's by that you collective bargaining agreement. That's what we're allowed to offer you. We can offer you 4 for 164, which might be more easily digestible. One, it's less per year. It's minus a year than the 5 years, 212. Because if you're Chicago, if you're Zach Lavine, and they might be like, yo, we'll offer you the 4 years, 164. But that's almost insulting because Chicago can offer you more.
Right. You're saying something right there by offering them that.
I feel like
you fully offer them the max.
I feel like I feel like it's more about the word than the dollar figure. Mm-hmm. San Antonio, Detroit, maybe they'll pay you the max, but Chicago won't pay you what you're able to max out with them.
Right.
And so while it might be $164 million all around, he could look at that 164 from Chicago a whole lot different than that 164 from Detroit or San Antonio.
They come out and say, man, it was disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
Was it really? But that'll be
got a family to feed. I got to feed my kids.
Family to feed. And that's the way he'll feel about it. I look at it the other way though, with Chicago. And maybe in some respects, this isn't the best way to look at it, but what are you doing in Chicago?
Yeah.
If you're not going to re-sign Zach Lavine, I think big boot.
You got it. Yep.
I think that he is coming up on a contract, if not this season, the following season. You spent all that money on Caruso and Lonzo Ball and everything.
Big Vucevic.
Slowing the draw today, buddy. Slowing the draw.
still hits though. Still hits. And it's like, what are we doing in Chicago? I know you got DeMar DeRozan. He had a phenomenal year, but we're just, that's what we're gonna go with.
Yeah,
DeRozan. I feel like when they got DeRozan to go with Zach Lavine, not as, oh, well, we're not going to have Zach Lavine in a year or so we'll have to. No.
How many games did Zach Lavine miss this year? I don't expect you to know that off the top of your head.
My guess, while you get it up, my guess is about 30 games.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Pretty close.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty close. He played 67. It was an 82-game season. Yeah, he played 67.
I played more than I realized. He almost
58 the year prior. He played 58 in a 72-game season, 60 in a 72-game season, 63. And then, of course, his first year, he played 24. First year with Chicago, he played 24.
The thing about it with Chicago is you look at it as, we signed all these guys this past offseason, and now we don't want to commit the money to Zach Lavine. It's like, well, man, like, what are we doing though? Like, because we spent all this money getting Lonzo Ball and Caruso and guys like that, and DeMar DeRozan for sure. But like, we got, the idea was to have them to go with Zach Lavine.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope for their sake, that would be a sign and trade situation. Because you got to get all the money that you spent for to build this roster. You got to get something out of that.
Zach Lavine still pales in comparison to Bradley Beal. Zach Lavine is 5 years, 212. Zach Lavine is 5 years, 242. That's what he's eligible to sign for. 242.
I'm going to ask the question. Would you do a Zach Lavine sign and trade?
So here's the caveat to that. If you're doing a sign and trade, aren't you probably doing it for 5 and 212? Because that's the incentive. That's the incentive for Zach Lavine to work with Chicago. Otherwise, there's no incentive for him to do it.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's the extra year. It's the money.
How much is that annually? Off the top of my head, I can't.
30. Well, it's 5 years. So come on, man. We don't do math. It's 40 plus. 40 plus. It's Kenny. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
How's that? It's a lot.
I do it though. I do it.
Starts at $36 million next year and works its way up. Averages out to 42 and some change, but it starts at 36 next year. Yeah. 5 years. He's 20. What's got to be 27? How old is Zach Lavine?
5 years.
8 years.
Gets used. Had an ACL injury at one point. That'd be a risk. That'd be a gamble.
Yeah, yes, it would.
Be a gamble.
Yes, it would.
I'd look.
Would you do it?
I don't know. Like I said, we talked earlier. Keegan Murray. You draft Keegan Murray. That's your 4. You got your Zach Lavine piece at the 2 to go along with De'Aaron Fox. In a way, you're getting off money that you already have, because I'm thinking like a Harrison and Rashawn is what you do. That's money that you already had committed, so you just trade that out for Zach. And then you also don't have to sign Donte DiVincenzo, so you're probably saving some money there too. I don't know.
Well, you're not saving money; you're just investing it elsewhere.
Yeah, you're allocating the funds.
Yeah, the money's going elsewhere. Yeah,
which is one of the reasons why I would do it. Like, it's not like if that was on the table and money was your issue, it's not like you wouldn't be spending that money. You just be spending it on different players in different situations. So I don't know. I'll get off the fence a little bit, and I would do it.
So you do it right now, no matter what. 5 years, 212, you do it.
I do it.
In my mind, just to if the basketball lord came down and said, "Hey, I know you're concerned. Next 4 years, his knee's going to be fine." Everyone signs up for this, right? Everyone signs up for this. To the best of my knowledge, that basketball lord is not going to emerge at any point and say, "Hey, here's what's going to happen."
Yeah, I do it. I do it because essentially it's one of those things where it's like you're signing him as a free agent, and we always say all the time, you're not getting a free agent here in Sacramento.
You are
not like the caliber of him, an all-star.
You're right. You are signing him as a free agent, but in this scenario, I mean, and it's fine at this point. You're unloading Rashawn, you're unloading, Harrison has to be involved. And I assume the player that you drafted for would be involved because this would be second. So, I didn't include 4. How did you not include 4?
I'm not including 4.
Oh, I don't think Chicago's doing this then.
So, but then who's signing and trading for him?
Probably nobody.
Oh, that's the whole point.
Probably nobody.
You can sign and trade. And
they would, but in my head, they would do it for the pick. They're not doing it for Rashawn Holmes.
We don't have to, and you can get nothing.
Well,
Chicago.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. Don't. Okay, why do you make me do this? Why do you make me do this? You do it without the 4th pick, Kenny. You're getting nothing.
No, if I'm Chicago, he's going to leave.
No, I understand that. So if I'm dealing with Sacramento and I'm not getting the 4th pick back, I'm getting nothing.
What do you mean you get nothing? You're getting Rashawn Holmes and Harrison Barnes. You get Harrison Barnes as a starting 3
for a year. Kenny, you're getting nothing.
Okay. Look, Chicago, you don't have to do the deal, Chicago. I'm trying to help you out. He can walk away and you get nothing. That's fine. It was nice talking to you.
You're getting nothing either. You're Harrison Barnes, you're getting for a year. Like Rashawn Holmes isn't moving the needle for anybody.
All right.
There's no deal without the 4.
Well, there ain't no deal. That's a non-starter.
So you like Zach Lavine enough for $212 million, but not enough to give up the 4th pick.
No, I'm not interested in that. That's too much. I already got to pay him King's ransom. I got to pay him a King's ransom, and I got to give up the 4. No.
The state of Chicago in state of Illinois. Oh, okay.
About to say, Kenny, man.
So once again, like I said, hey, Chicago, you don't have to do it. But what you're facing is you get nothing. And if you say you get nothing anyway, all right, well, no loss to you then. You shouldn't be.
Yeah, that's what. Unless you're giving me the 4th pick, then unless you're giving me a player on a rookie scale that I'm going to have for multiple years, then I might as well just let him go to San Antonio.
All right.
Or Detroit.
Okay.
Because otherwise, I'm just taking back Rashawn Holmes' contract. What am I going to do with this?
Okay. That's how I would treat it. Okay. If you think,
can't believe you're telling me you pay a dude $212 million for 5 years, but you're unwilling to part with who? What if it's Jaden Ivey? Now you've got Jaden Ivey, Zach Lavine, De'Aaron Fox, Davion.
When I started off, I said I wouldn't pick Jaden Ivey if I'm getting Zach Lavine. I'd go Keegan Murray.
But you wouldn't know because the draft is 2 weeks before.
Keegan Murray will be there, and it would be a draft. If I'm trading the pick, it'll be a draft day deal. If I'm not, I already known I would have.
I guess because he's on Chicago, he can sign. He can sign right now.
If I'm getting Jaden Ivey, I'm not having the discussion anyway. Like if I drafted Jaden Ivey at 4, I'm not even having a discussion for Zach Lavine. I've already made my decision.
Okay.
Once again, Chicago could look at it as that is not worth it. That's crazy. Yeah, I'd be like, all right.
If I'm Chicago, my name is Chicago. I'm like, fam, no, thank you. I appreciate your desire to unload Rashawn Holmes onto us, but that's a hard pass.
So once again, you unloading Rashawn Holmes. You have no cap room, or you're not taking on any other contract other than an expiring for Harrison Barnes.
You're taking on Rashawn,
which is $10 million a year. And that could be looked at as insurance for Vucevic when he leaves.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. If I can't find another deal out there, he can go to Detroit. If that's really what he wants to do, he can go to Detroit.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right.
It's wild. All right. Well, I'm Chicago now.
Don't call me back.
You ain't got to worry about that. Sacramento, I'm Chicago. I ain't calling you back. I'm Damien, and I might not call you back.
Don't call me.
I need a break, man. I need a minute. It's ESPN 1320. Pay him $212.
If you're not giving up the 4, what'd you say, Jesse? Yeah, I would give it up for Zach over Collins. I wouldn't give it up for Collins. You're right. Yeah. Let me see. Do I have a 13th round today? Yeah, let me get in here. All right. 13th round, with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over Meister Watches. Shout out to Ryan and the whole crew over there. And I got something that I want to talk to the people about, that I want to talk and propose to my people. With the summer coming up, we don't have as many basketball games. We got time to spend. And we're going to have a little 13th round. I don't know the exact title of it yet. I'll get it. But trip down memory lane. There's a playlist on one of my YouTube pages where I have nothing but the biggest boxing fights in the last 40, 50 years. Doesn't mean, Foreman versus Jones, that was a great one. No, that wasn't a big fight. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Rumble in the Jungle. I'm talking about B-Hop versus Roy Jones 1. I'm talking about Tito Trinidad versus Oscar De La Hoya. I'm talking about Mayweather versus Canelo. I'm talking about Mayweather versus De La Hoya. The big fights, the big events from boxing in the last 50, 60 years. And what I'm going to do maybe once a week is we'll just go back in time. We'll watch the fight. I'll tell you what fight I'm watching. Now, you guys can watch whatever fight, is on the list at any time. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be watching this fight tonight. You know what I mean? We'll talk about it. I'll come back on the 13th round. We'll go over it. We'll talk about what we saw. For example, last night, I watched Pernell Whitaker versus Oscar De La Hoya. A robbery, in my opinion. I had it scored this. Some may think this is high. 10 rounds to 2, Pernell Whitaker. I didn't think Oscar De La Hoya did much of anything to win that fight, but he ended up winning a fight. And he won it by ridiculous margins on top of that. Part of that was also a ridiculous rule that I learned in that fight by the WBC in Suleiman, and that's a whole nother thing. But fights like that, I'll say we're watching a fight, put it out there on Twitter, say it the day before on the 13th round, and we come back and we talk about it the next day. So that is what we got going on this summer here on the 13th round, man. And I'm your main man, Kenny Caraway. Yes, sir. Kenny needs to be drug tested. I'm noticing a pattern of stupid takes, man. You're a fool if you think the Kings shouldn't trade the 4 pick. Jacob, shut your dumb ass up.
Oh, damn, Jack Del Rio still talking, huh?
Man, this guy.
Oh, he was told to issue an apology.
Oh,
it's a jackass.
Question for you, KC. What do you have against old school boxers, particularly the heavyweights? If you like none of them, you don't like Ali. That's not true. It's not true at all, TC. That is 100% false.
That's what I heard too, TC. I don't know why can he be like that? Okay. 916-349-1320. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get his thoughts on Zach Lavine. Let's talk to our man, Big Al, though. Big Al, great to hear from you, brother. What's happening?
Man, I'm listening to my D-Lo and KC. Just mind my own business. Coming to Costco, flunking down $5.89 a gallon, right? And
man, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. No. And I get that 4% back on my card too. So I'm loving it. So I'm not. And what do I hear? I'm telling you, I almost crashed into the gas island. I'm saying KC's losing it. D-Lo, you got to get a psychoanalyst in there for KC. What is he doing? He's having fun. I know. Come on, KC, you're having fun.
What you talking about?
No, that's not a real deal. That's like me saying Russell Westbrook for Lavine, and we're not going to give you anything else either. Come on.
Okay. All right. I didn't think that was
that was a little bit of a shot too. That was a little bit of a shot. But once again, what I'm expressing to you is if I'm Chicago and I'm losing him, I'm not in a position of power. I'm not in a position of leverage. He's leaving regardless. So if I'm Sacramento, why am I looking out for Chicago?
You're not looking out for Chicago. You're not looking out.
If Chicago don't want the deal, that's fine.
You're not looking out for Chicago. You're trying to land Zach Lavine. That's what you're trying to do. Like, you're not looking out for Chicago. I'm going to give Chicago the best deal. No, I'm going to try to entice enough to land the player, because if I don't entice Chicago to trade him to me, they'll just let him walk. Like, if I'm offering him essentially nothing, they can just get rid of the essential part and let Zach Lavine leave. It has to be your desire as a general manager to acquire him.
And what I'm saying is they can let him leave, and we don't have to talk.
And that's fine. There isn't a general manager on the planet that thinks that Harrison Barnes and Rashawn Holmes for Zach Lavine works, except Kenny Caraway.
Now that's a fair point as well. That's a fair point as well. Like I said, if they let's just say if they made the trade, including the 4, I wouldn't have a problem with it. What I'm saying is I wouldn't go in trying to make that deal. I'd go in trying to make that first deal. If they got to the point where we're having negotiations and that's what becomes of the negotiations, like I said, if they make the deal,
if you get out of that deal without
trying to go in there and offer up the fourth off the rip, like you always say.
Okay, you're right. You don't do it right out the gate. Like that's fine. You start kicking around talks, but you very much framed it as I'm trading Zach Lavine for Harrison Barnes and Rashawn Holmes, and then if Chicago doesn't like it, they can leave. Because if I'd leave, if I'm Chicago, I'm out. This is dumb. This is dumb, and you're dumb. I'm leaving. I'm calling names at this point. I'm out. And I can't believe I said 589 on gas isn't bad. Like I think I saw 705 this morning. So to hear 589 was like, oh,
589 is
gas price is going down.
They didn't trick you into thinking that you're winning.
Yep.
589.
They sure did.
You're winning.
Yeah, sure
I'm telling you, if I'm Chicago, I'm looking at it and I add Rashawn Holmes, because what's really going to end up happening with Chicago, to be honest with you, is I think they're going to have to end up shedding a lot of payroll over the next year or two, because I don't know what's going on with this Lonzo situation. Hopefully he can get healthy, but I don't know what's going on with that. They're going to have to figure out. They're going to have guys to move, so they're going to be looking for an expiring contract or something like that. And then if you have
but that doesn't work in Zach Lavine's case, because Zach Lavine's off the books. Like if you don't re-sign Zach Lavine, he's off the books,
right? And
you're looking at making other deals.
You got to look at Harrison. If you keep him, cool. If you don't, he's off the books in a year too, and you're back where you wanted to be anyway. And at this point, you have an opportunity to look at Harrison Barnes.
Okay. Anything else on Zach Lavine before we leave him, preferably forever? No, I don't think
forever. I hope I would hope the Kings would do something to get Zach Lavine.
It would be a very Kings thing to get Zach Lavine 4 years too late or 5 years too late or whenever that offer sheet was signed.
Yeah. What was that? 4 years ago? Yeah.
I mean, it was this contract, right? It was the contract that he's in.
Yeah.
16th on this. We never got very far on this list. The Athletic put out the list, top 25.
Top 4.
We just stopped with Zach Lavine and questioned where Russell Westbrook was in all of this. But if you scroll past some of the pictures, scroll past the little interlude about Russell Westbrook and a handful of other players, you'll get to number 16 on the list. Donte DiVincenzo is a good bet to get paid something close to what he's worth, given the sunk cost involved in the Kings trading for him in the first place, and the fact Sacramento has full bird rights to go over the mid-level exception. As a 25-year-old guard who may be able to ramp up his usage on a lesser team than the Bucks, he seems like a good upside play if he can just straighten out his shooting a bit. The only potential fly in the ointment would be if the Kings take Jaden Ivey with the 4th pick in the draft, crowding the backcourt and potentially pushing Donte DiVincenzo to the side.
Interesting.
Now, is this number?
I think it's a projected number, maybe
15.7.
That's what I feel. That's what I saw too, and I wasn't exactly sure about all the numbers next to the players.
Let me
Jalen Brunson's at $29 million.
Yeah, let me scroll back up and see Brad. Brad says 38, so that's his player option for 38, and then the contract that follows is the 200.
It's got to be, because like I said, I'm looking at Jalen Brunson. They got him at $29 million. They got Bruce Brown at $19 million. Kyle Anderson at 18.
The mid-level. The non-tax player mid-level is approximately 10.3. So that would be, what I say, 15.7? That's 5.7 million over the mid-level. Oh, boy. Okay.
What's that? And that's probably over how many years would that be for Donte?
I mean, I would think 4.
Yeah, so
would be my guess.
And if I'm reading this right, 15 per.
That's absolutely how I'm reading it.
Yeah. That's interesting. I like Donte DiVincenzo. I feel like there's a part of his game and his addition to this roster and to this team is kind of being overlooked. I think he's a good ball player. Age wise, I like where he's at in his career. I agree with everybody else where, yeah, you want to see him start shooting a little better, being a little bit better of a decision maker with his shots. But I don't know, man. I like Donte. I feel like people are kind of undervaluing him right now here in Sacramento.
Really? Explain. Why?
Like, I think that people feel like if you go back with Donte DiVincenzo as your two guard, that's a death blow. Like, you didn't do anything this offseason. And I don't feel that way. I said last.
I don't think people feel that way. I thought people here really liked Donte, and I thought the belief was. I think most people had the belief that Donte would be back, and that would be a plus for the Kings. And correct me if I'm. I feel like moving up in the draft may have stalled that conversation out a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I feel like have very little talked about Donte DiVincenzo since the Kings have moved up.
Because I also feel like, and I said this at the end of the season, that like you're always looking for like somebody great or whatever. I'm not saying like you close your eyes to everything. But between Fox, DiVincenzo, Davion, and Terrence Davis, I thought the backcourt was cool. Like I thought it was cool. And I thought the main focus after that should be at the 3 position and obviously at the 4 spot. But I never looked at it as adding another guard or, trying to get better at that spot or whatever the case may be. I like that 4 group of guards.
Okay.
And I'm not saying like you completely neglect it, but I think you really can focus on those other areas of need before you even think about, adding to that guard spot.
Well, I'll ask you about the last line in this article then. Is it Jaden or Donte DiVincenzo?
I kind of feel that way. If you get Jaden, it really then it becomes you doing something with either Terrence or Donte DiVincenzo.
And you feel like, Terrence very much an unknown. I don't know. Maybe to a certain degree, Donte DiVincenzo is a bit of an unknown too. But Terrence is really an unknown with this roster. But with all of the talk of needing shooters, it doesn't feel like you lean on Donte DiVincenzo to be that when you have Terrence Davis already under contract.
Right. And then if we're talking about money, like you've got Terrence Davis already under contract. And you've got a guy that eventually you look at is going to be your starting 2 guard. Why sign Donte for another 4 years at $15 million a year, $12 million a year?
Is that too high?
I think that's
15.5 is
15 seems a little high. Seems a little high. I thought it was going to be around 12 or so.
12 million's over the mid-level too. Like, like that's over also.
I thought it would get to about 12 or so, but 15 seems high. But if you're not going Jaden Ivey, I'm okay with it. But once you start going Jaden Ivey, now there's a couple of different factors, and it just depends on what you want to do as an organization. Do you want to save maybe $15 million and just keep Terrence Davis? Or do you feel like Donte is an upgrade over Terrence and you're willing to pay for that? And now you've got a strong bench, or you've got a guy that you can start at that 2 guard spot right away, and you can let Ivy develop.
Yeah, to me though, I'm going to manipulate your words a little bit. It's not saving $15 million by paying Donte DiVincenzo. If you draft Jaden Ivey, it's that you're going to have to reinvest that somewhere else into that 4 position, whether that's $15 million that you're using to absorb somebody else's contract, or you're using to sign one of the other players, potentially on this top 25 free agents list, or whatever else you're doing. Like it's again, and it kind of goes to what we've been trying to say, no matter how high you might be on Jaden Ivey or Shaden Sharp or Keegan Murray or trading up and getting Chet or Paolo or whatever. To draft is step one. It's not the end. It's not the beginning and the end. It's the first step. And the second that final draft pick in the second round is made, it's okay. Free agency's coming up. Okay, like the new league year is going to begin, and we've got to round out this roster sooner rather than later for the benefit of our new head coach and our new coaching staff to make sure that we're in the place that we need to be when training camp gets underway.
Yeah, I would bring back Donte. I don't want to say it
no matter what.
I don't want to say it all costs, but I like. Every scenario kind of leans.
What if you
bringing him back?
If you draft Jaden Ivey and the price is right, you do it. Or do I'm asking, do you do
price is right? And I mean, I think I off the top of my head right now, I do $15 million. It seems like a lot, but I get 15 a year.
That seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Seems like a ton.
I know.
I mean, we talk about draft picks and potential of guys like it, dude. It sure feels like we're talking about potential with Donte DiVincenzo. Like the Mark Jones line, that money on tape. I don't know how much money Donte DiVincenzo has on tape. Like, you know what he's capable of.
Mm-hmm.
Like you feel like you know enough about him as a player. You've seen certain elements of him as a player. Certainly you saw him with a winning organization in Milwaukee, but you're still, he's still a bit of an unknown. Not like a Shaden Sharp. Maybe not as steep as a draft pick as an unknown, but it's a risk.
It is. It is a risk, but I feel like 15 sounds like a lot, and it is a lot. But for somebody that, let's just be honest, you look at him as potentially somebody that could start at the 2 guard spot.
Mm-hmm.
What does that cost you in the NBA? That costs you about $12 to $15 million, unless you got a rookie. So if they went out, they decided not to go get Donte DiVincenzo, and they wanted to try out the free agent market to add that way, or you want to trade for somebody and add that way, that's what it's going to cost you, that type of money. Like, here's the deal. So like, people are saying 15 is a lot.
I don't.
But what do you think? You can pay 10 and get better than Donte?
But I see that's the thing. But it's I don't think it's as simple as that. And it's not. Can you pay 10 and get better without Donte? Is Donte? Remember, he's a restricted free agent, and the way this may play out, like, is another team not named Sacramento going to offer him $15 million?
That's the deal. That's how you would do it. If nobody, you don't give him 15 just to give him 15. Like if you
play this the way you played the Rashawn Holmes situation,
exactly. If somebody is not going, if everybody's not going above 11, well, guess what? You're gonna pay him 11 or 10 or whatever you can do to sign.
Don't pay him whatever that offer sheet says.
Yeah. So that's the way you do it. We just saying 15 because 15's on the
sheet. Yeah,
and I'm assuming like that's the way they're going about it. Somebody offered him 15, and you're looking to match. But if nobody's offering him that, you don't just give it to him just because.
I don't think there's a team in the league offering Donte DiVincenzo that. And you look around at teams that have the money to offer him $15 million per. I think that's probably a short list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think so either. But we talked about this like the other day when people, well, not the other day, it was a couple months ago maybe, when they talked about that. And like there's the guys in that range that were comparable, some of the names that were brought up, I think we were talking about with James, they're making like $9-10 million a year. Like that's and that's their old contract. We talking about a new contract. The price has gone up. So $12 million a year, $13 million a year, that's the going rate for somebody like Donte DiVincenzo, where on a championship team, maybe he doesn't start. But if you're a team like the Kings, like San Antonio, Minnesota, kind of middling, trying to find your ground or something like that, that's probably what he's going to get, $12-13 million.
On this list, Donte DiVincenzo is listed right before Montrezl Harrell and DeLon Wright.
DeLon Wright for $10 million a year.
Okay.
DeLon Wright make 10. That's the person specifically I was thinking about when I said I think he made $9-10 million a year.
Okay, I think this article notes he got the full mid-level when he was a free agent 4 years ago. They don't think he'll. They have him listed at 14.5, but the first sentence in the write-up is Wright's market isn't likely to go nearly this high, and then they note that he got the full mid-level the last time he was around.
Damn, that's crazy. I mean, I agree with him, but look at the number they put next to him.
14.5. Yeah. Is there any other players on this free agency list that you like, this top 25? And there's caveats to all of these, like Bobby Portis is on this, and I think it's already been reported that Bobby Portis is re-signing.
Yeah. I like one guy that doesn't fit with the Kings. I like Mitchell Robinson. You know what I mean? He doesn't really have a spot here with the Kings, so I don't think they'd sign him, but I like him. I like Otto Porter Jr., coming in and playing that small forward role.
He's significantly cheaper than the last time around.
Right. I like Otto Porter Jr. there. I like Bruce Brown. I think Bruce Brown, they got him at like 19.
That's an interesting one. Yeah.
Yeah, they got him on 19. That's maybe a little high for me for Bruce Brown, but I like Bruce Brown. I do. I like him. And then I like Kyle Anderson too. They talk about 18 mil for Kyle Anderson.
By the way, there's a formula that they're using on this to establish these dollar figures. They're not random. It's just one of those things that writers do. They use some analytics to put together some numbers. When Brown was a free agent last year, he had to settle for re-signing for the $4.7 million qualifying offer. But he'll likely be a top target for a team that has a non-taxpayer mid-level. So we go back to the Donte DiVincenzo thing. We certainly know that Sacramento has that.
Mm-hmm.
If you go the Jaden Ivey route, and that squeezes out a guard, whether you think that should be Donte DiVincenzo or not, it squeezes out a guard. Bruce Brown, you have that small forward position. You could use him in, and whether it's as a starter or off the bench for Harrison Barnes, I think Harrison Barnes' future with Sacramento is certainly in question. Mm-hmm. I mean, at the minimum, he's only here for this year, or I should say, at the maximum, he's probably only here for this year.
Right.
So it's probably worth something at least exploring.
Yeah,
I wouldn't hate that signing at all. I don't. Again, if you're in the mid-level range, I already forgot what we said that number was, like 10 and some change or 11. I forgot what we said the full mid-level was, but doesn't bother me.
If you, I feel like Bruce Brown would work really well with Sabonis too. I just kind of look at him and I feel like he moves without the ball really well. It goes in there and gets some scrappy points. Obviously, he's undersized, for being even a small forward, let alone the fact that Brooklyn had him playing at the power forward position in some cases this past year or last 2 years. But level of toughness, a willing defender, willing to do all the little things. $19 million. Yeah, that's a lot for him. Like that's a lot.
And that's probably not real.
It's not real, but he's gonna get I think he might get 13 to 15.
Okay. So at that position though, is that more digestible than is the 13 is potentially spending $13 million on Bruce Brown different than at that position, different than spending $13 million on Donte DiVincenzo?
Yeah, I think so. I was about to say it's about the same because I pay both of them $13 million, you know what I mean? Not think twice, but to what you're saying, like I get what you're saying. Yeah, because it's more of a position of need. Because like I said, you can sign Bruce Brown at $13 million, fill that spot up at the small forward, some power forward role, and then still be good at the guard position with Terrence Davis I think he's making like $4 million a year or something like that, or $2 million a year. You still be good at the guard role with that. So, yeah. Whereas if you sign Donte to 15, you got positions that you got to fill up with the 3 and the 4, and and maybe and we say the 3. Harrison Barnes is still there at the 3, but maybe you get somebody. I'm not saying in addition, but you get a Bruce Brown to play the 3 and move Harrison to the 4. Or if you have Donte,
wow, can he finally moving Harrison to the 4?
Well,
it's just me now. I'm all alone on don't play Harrison at the 4 island.
Hey man, look,
lonely here.
One of the reasons why I didn't want to do that last year is because they were talking about Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield at your 2 and your 3 for your 3 guards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not, you're gonna get torched. You're gonna get torched. Now, if you have Donte DiVincenzo there at the 3 and maybe Davion, now you're a little bit tougher on the perimeter, and I feel the wear and tear on Harrison isn't as much because with Halliburton and Buddy Hield there, he's running around everywhere. He's, got to guard the bigs down there. He's got to help out. He's got to get on. That's just a lot of work with those 2 guys on the perimeter. Now you got a little bit of a formidable defensive guard lineup in there with Donte and Davion. And I think that would help out with Harrison at that 4. It's a little more digestible now.
Well, speaking of the 4, Kyle Anderson's the next player on this list right after Bruce Brown. So it goes from that small forward position to that power forward position. We'll talk a little bit about Kyle Anderson. We're going to run all this back when James joins us. We're going to roll all of our harebrained ideas past James Ham when he joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. I've got no wrestling news. Absolutely nothing grabbed my attention this morning or last night. Will say, man, Conrad Thompson just keeps coming out with new podcasts, and I feel like Conrad doesn't realize like the quality of all of his podcasts have suffered so much. They're like, I'm sure they still do great downloads, but some of them were I can't even. I used to love Something to Wrestle With, man, and I can't listen to it anymore. It's just so bad, and it's not his fault. It's not Conrad's fault. But that dude, like, they just started one with Mick Foley. I was curious. I think Mick Foley's a great storyteller. I turned it on and was listening, and they were just getting ready to go into No Way Out 2000 with Triple H and Cactus Jack. And I think Conrad starts the podcast and says something about being in Philadelphia or being in Baltimore. And then Mick was like, oh, are you sure we were in Baltimore? I thought I stayed at blah, 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 blah. And then he launches into this thing, and like I spaced out, and like 30 seconds later, he's at Disneyland. And I'm like, what is he talking about? And I turned it off. It's like, I'm already lost here on the Foley podcast. So I went back to listening to my book. But those old episodes of Something to Wrestle With were good stuff. Really, really good. Grill and JR be hitting when I'm bored. Yeah. I rocked with Grill and JR I think I can only consume so much wrestling content at a time. And for a while, like I would go through phases where I was listening to a bunch of JR's podcasts, and I think he'd get a little cranky and go over to Eric Bischoff's. I just turned Eric comes across like just so frustratingly arrogant sometimes. I feel like he has so much business knowledge to offer, which was one of the things that I really loved about listening to his podcast. He just comes across so frustratingly arrogant sometimes. And then I just thought Bruce told entertaining stories, most of which, like, this is a behind the scenes look at wrestling. Most of this, like, Bruce is full of shit and a lot of that stuff that he tells. But you realize as they start to repeat stuff and kind of say things over and over again, that like a story that Bruce told 2 years ago, maybe or 5 years ago, 5 years ago, may be completely different today, or have a completely different outcome. Which is like, oh, All right, well, one of these isn't the truth. Conrad, he started one with Mick Foley. There's a new Foley podcast out there. I got to try to check out SmackDown this. Oh, probably won't be able to because there's a game on. But I haven't watched SmackDown in a while. I've only been catching up on highlights. But yeah, no good wrestling takes. I'll probably miss most of Dynamite tonight too. This is such a terrible batch of juice, man. Oh, it's awful. What do you think of JJ Redick? Like, he's okay. I feel like people want to crown him as that guy, and he's not that entertaining. Oh, I disagree. I mean, I think JJ Redick is entertaining. I enjoy. I thought his podcast has always been good. Like even when he was playing. I just think he's so different than everybody else at ESPN. Like it probably stands out a little bit more. Yeah, it's pretty wild that Glenn Jacobs is against mask mandates and has always been against mask mandates, and he's Kane. Russ, actually, Punk didn't vacate the title. He's holding on to the title through his injury, and AEW is crowning an interim champion. So Punk didn't vacate the title. Or at least not that I know of. I know there was some confusion the night he cut that promo, but yeah, he didn't vacate the title. I didn't. Rolling Stones top 100 rap albums. Now, don't mind me. I got to look this up. Oh, here it is. Oh, this is show content. Running IT says, did you see Rolling Stones top 200 rap albums? Straight trash.
Oh no.
All right.
Conversation with somebody today about how I said the Rolling Stones, because once again it went back to Rihanna.
Reasonable Doubt is 26. Oh God. Oh, I can't wait to see the rest of this list.
Oh my.
Lord, Illmatic is 24th.
What's number one?
Oh, man. Fam. What is this?
Oh, boy.
They got Lil Kim's hardcore album as 19th.
Come on, man.
As the greatest hip hop albums of all time. Yeezus is 17. Cardi B is 16.
Oh, where's my man at? Where's my guy? This is my. I mean it when it's my guy. When I say this.
Oh, this is crazy.
Where's my guy? Wait a minute, man. Where's my guy? Rob Carter. Rob Carter, where you at, big dog?
Dr. Dre 2001 is 13th. The Clips are 12th.
Come on, man.
Drake 11th. Okay, here's the top 10. Take Care 11th.
Oh, it didn't even matter which Drake. No.
Oh, this is why you got that I'm from a different culture queued up, because
oh yeah,
Rolling Stone says these are the top 10 hip hop albums of all time. Number 10, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. Number 9, The Low End Theory from a Tribe Called Quest. Number 8, Enter the Wu-Tang. Number 7, Missy, So Addictive. Number 6, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. Number 5, To Pimp a Butterfly. Number 4, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back. Public Enemy. Number 3, The Blueprint. Number 2, Stank On Ya. And number 1, They Actually Got Right. Ready to Die marked the precise moment when hip-hop's golden age transitioned into its modern age at the height of New York hip-hop and the sound of the greatest rapper of all time at the absolute top of his powers. Ready to Die, the number one hip hop album of all time, according to Rolling Stone.
Well, I'm not going to say they got it right, but
they got number one right.
Yeah, I can understand number one. I can understand number one. I get it.
You might lose me for a while, buddy, because I have got to see the rest of this list. Cardi B is 16. That's crazy.
That is nuts. And I love Invasion of Privacy. I thought it was a dope album. 16th greatest hip hop album of all time.
Aquemini is 27th. All Eyes on Me is
Stankonia.
All Eyes on Me is 29th.
And I love Stankonia. I love everything Outkast has ever done. Stankonia is not as good as ATL.
3 Feet High and Rising is 33rd. Oh, the Sugar Hill Records story is 34. Give me a break. Doggy Style is 35th.
Come on, man.
Good Kid, Mad City, 38th. The Chronic, 40th.
What did they say?
Where the hell is the College Dropout?
Jeez.
Straight out of Compton, 49th. Where is the College Dropout?
What did they say about Ready to Die again? Well, you might be gone from it.
I'm gone.
But
I need to find the College Dropout.
They talked about that marked the moment when hip hop
ridiculous.
Went to a different era or became pop. I can make the argument that was Doggy Style. I can make the argument as the Chronic.
I can't do this. I can't do that. I can't go through this entire list. The fact that the College Dropout isn't on page one is absurd. Here's what they said about the Doggy Style was 35th. Let me read the line to you. Ready to Die marked the precise moment when hip hop's golden age transitioned into its modern era, its modern age, the height of New York hip hop.
Could definitely make the argument that's what happened with the Chronic. And Doggy Style, yeah.
The Chronic came out first. Chronic came out before.
I had a conversation.
I think Doggy Style came out after Ready to Die, though. That's actually what I'm looking to see.
After Ready to Die? I thought
no, you're right. No. It was the Chronic and then Doggy Style. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm so offended, dude. I'm so
angry
on
Twitter.
I'm so offended
because it all stemmed from Rihanna, right? And they said, well, Rolling Stone is saying that Rihanna has only had 2 Billboard hits, right? What are the other iconic songs? And I said, look, with all due respect to the Rolling Stone, and they're doing things. They got people that come in there and write columns and do stuff and help out. I wouldn't look at the Rolling Stone as a litmus test of the hip hop culture or black culture, black music.
Damn won a Pulitzer Prize, and it's 60th on their list.
Where's Good Kid?
Listen,
yeah.
I don't know. I think I said it earlier. There's America's Most Wanted at 58. Life After Death at 59.
Life After Death at 59.
Here's
Life After Death might be better than Ready to Die.
Look, it's not. I appreciate the sentiment. It's not. It's not. Like Lil Kim hardcore. That's stupid. Like what? That's ridiculous.
They're gonna make me say these things about Kim. I love Kim. I love hardcore, the album, all this other stuff. But come on, man. 16.
Yeezus does not belong on here.
And I'm the one that always defends Yeezus. And I'm like, what are we doing? Yeezus is not a top 200 hip hop album.
Missy So Addictive isn't a top 10 hip hop album of all time. I would argue. I know you're not supposed to say things like this in mixed company, but Public Enemy's album isn't number 4 all time either. Like it has its place in our world, and it absolutely deserves to be there. Not at 4. It doesn't deserve to be at 4.
You said it, and I agree. I'm not gonna leave you on an island. I'm not gonna leave. I back it 100%. And I love Public Enemy.
That album has its place in hip hop history. It's just not.
Number 4 ever. And once again,
this is offensive.
This is one of the reasons why when Rolling Stone tries to tell me about the culture, it's like you're entitled to your opinion, but I don't think you're really connected like that. I don't think you're really tied in. So I'm not going to really listen to what the Rolling Stone has to say about hip hop or Rihanna because I don't think you guys are really connected.
I can't remember who it was, but shout out to I can't remember who in the chatty house brought this up, but you just derailed the last. You've ruined the day because this is all I'm going to be able to think about for the rest of the day is this list. Rob Carter's in here. Shout out Rob Carter.
Rob. These are your boys. Rob.
Oh, it was running IT. I see you. This is see what you did. See what you did running IT. This is what you did right here. Boy, oh boy. Now paid in full is on here. Like they're on the list, but oh man.
See, man,
I gotta close this tab. This is bad news.
With Lil Kim at Hardcore 16.
Bad news.
Wow. And that's my girl.
It could have been worse, though. Not that the album isn't wonderful. It's a great hip hop album. They could have put License to Ill as number 1. Like you want to catch some backlash, you put License to Ill at number 1. Like the beast
before.
No, I've never seen License to Ill as a number 1 album, but. But there, like I told you, I was reading this book on hip hop history. There was a time where they tried to make Beastie Boys the face of hip hop. And they were like, yo, hip hop been in the streets for all these years. And you picked these 3 to put on your magazine covers. And it's not a question of hotness. It's a question of, oh, you feel comfortable with them. You feel comfortable selling our music to your readers with those 3. Which does it absolutely it does the Beastie Boys a disservice.
Absolutely.
It does Rick Rubin and Russell Simmons and everybody who worked on that a disservice. But you got to remember they were at the very, very beginning.
Right.
They were at the start of this thing. And when you decide you're not putting Run DMC or 18-year-old LL Cool J on the face of your albums, you're putting them.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to get a reaction.
And like you said, it does them a disservice because for my money, and I feel the same way about like Eminem when people try to make the Beastie Boys and Eminem, they were genuine with what they were doing. They genuinely just loved the culture and no disrespect, they weren't Vanilla Ice coming in and trying to hop on. They weren't Elvis, they weren't that. They genuinely just loved the music and loved what was going on and did what they wanted to do with the music. But because they got, pushed in a certain direction, it kind of had people looking at them sideways unfairly to them.
They used to you look at early Beastie Boys footage, they put him out there dressed like LL Cool J, like Run DMC with the Adidas tracksuits. And I don't remember if it was Russell Simmons or who it was. He was like, yeah, don't do that. Like, it looks like you're mocking them. Dress like you. Do what you do, but dress like you. Because that's not you, and that ain't gonna work.
Right.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. James Ham, creator of the Kings Beat and our 1320 Kings Insider, with us here. James, weigh in on everything you just heard us talking about.
Your thoughts on
your thoughts on Rolling Stone's top 100 albums of all time.
Well, certainly, I don't think I ever want to hear "Go Turtle, Go Turtle, Go" again.
Man! Hey,
that happened like right next to our set at halftime while we were trying to do halftime.
This season.
I'll tell you this. I'm not gonna act holier than now. I was bumping my fists when that little 8-year-old kid was like, "Ninja Turtle, go Ninja, go Ninja." I go holier than now.
Yeah.
But I was also
James was doing it live on set. That's his point. Like,
I was also 8 years old. I didn't do that.
We were looking over like he's like 14 feet away. Like, how in the world are we supposed to hear the questions for halftime? Like, what? Whose idea was this? Yeah, that was a really strange night. Clearly this isn't my genre of music. But I love the Beastie Boys.
And then there's nothing wrong with that. There's the Beast Boys they're a part of the story of hip hop. I couldn't let this go, even though I said I was. I couldn't. I found the College Dropout.
Yeah, Mark Wall found it. Too.
It's 52nd. There's a case the College Dropout is a top 5 hip hop album.
Look, you went even further than I would. I don't have no problem with it. I said you can make the argument that's a top 10 album of all time. You would, and especially the example they use and the reason they use for Life After Death. College Dropout took rap from one genre to a whole nother that we're still in today.
Yeah, it created something called backpack rap. It was the birth of that. Like if you birth the sound, the G-Funk sound, you can't be anything but a top 10 album of all time.
Come on, man. The Chronic, Doggy Style, Life After Death, College Dropout. These are benchmarks for eras. For like every 20 years, it feels like these guys are coming in here.
At least we got Lil' Kim Hardcore's album on here.
I'm not going to mention hardcore no more because that's my girl Kim.
That was not a good album though. Let's just call it like the Crush on You remix wasn't even on there. Like it's not a good album. Like James, I'm sorry, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave. I promise everybody. It's over. Let's get back to arguing over the trade value of Zach Lavine. When we were arguing over something else. We were talking earlier about. There seems to be, of course, we tied the Kings into this because that's what we do, but there seems to be a regular conversation about Zach Lavine not being back in Chicago for whatever reason. And we've kicked around a variety of ideas like Chicago might not be interested in the 5-year, $212 million that they can offer him. And if someone's willing to offer him their version of the max, the 4-year 164, whether it be Detroit or San Antonio or whoever, he may be more inclined to take that. And then, of course, the question inevitably comes up. If you're Sacramento and you have the ability to acquire Zach Lavine, it would be through a sign-in trade, and it would almost certainly be to the tune of 5 years, $212 million. Is that appealing?
That's a lot of money. I mean, that's a lot of money for a guy who's had complete knee a complete ACL tear.
Yeah.
And I like Lavine. The Kings signed Lavine to an offer sheet years ago. I mean, they thought he had him. But even at that time, afterwards, he's been pretty clear that he was very happy that the Bulls matched. Like, he did not really – he was signing that because that was the most money he got in free agency. So – I don't know. I like Lavine. I think he would probably be a lot of fun. It'd be a really bad defensive backcourt with him and De'Aaron Fox, and it would cost you a ton. I mean, it's not just a $212 million. It's the first round pick you're going to have to give up to get the sign and trade done. Although I'm not trading the number 4 pick, Again, it's
neither Kenny.
I'm just saying. I'll reverse that a little bit because I don't know if you heard, but I proposed a trade to Chicago, and I was like, they all thought I was talking about including the number 4 pick. I was like, no, we're not including the number 4 pick. Like, he's gonna leave regardless. Like, no. I will say this: if they made a move with the 4 to get Zach Lavine. I wouldn't think it was the death of the franchise. I wouldn't want to do it. I try and do everything that I could not to make that happen. But if it came down to it, because the way I looked at it, James, is, and I know there's concerns, but this is a guy that we always talk about you'd never be able to sign as a free agent here in Sacramento. An all-star wing, 3-level scorer. And essentially, it's a trade because you have to give some stuff up. But essentially, you're signing this free agent that you say you would never be able to sign. You got an opportunity to get him. I'd probably hop on that. Even if it included the number 4, I'd do it begrudgingly.
Yeah, I mean, I would try to retain the number 4. I mean, if you're going to give up a future first, you could try something like a dual sign-in trade where you gave up DiVincenzo, if that's the place that he wanted to go. You give up Rashawn Holmes, which they've liked Holmes, and he, of course, is a Chicago native. I think there could be something, because if you are going to lose him for nothing, you might as well try to get, something out of it. I even think like there's even a way that you could probably do something like Holmes and Harrison Barnes in a trade there that would actually make them better, like short term. Although there's a lot of talk about them potentially dealing Vucevic for Gobert. Like they're in the hunt for Gobert. There's a lot of movement that's going to happen this offseason, I believe. Just because there aren't any teams with cap space, that doesn't mean that we're not going to see teams like really shuffling their rosters, especially if you're like the Bulls and you got to a certain point where, you took a huge leap forward. DeMar DeRozan is on a clock now. You can't just lose a player like Zach Lavine for nothing. So you are going to get involved if he is going to leave. You're going to try to get him money. But again, I don't think he's a max money player. I don't think he's a $212 million guy. So that's a lot of money.
It is.
Especially for a guy who blew out a knee a few years ago and relies on athleticism almost 100% of the time.
Let's figure out how to word this question. And this all kind of tied into a list that The Athletic put out of top 25 free agents. And we can go over some of the different names we're talking about. We were talking about Zach Lavine. That's kind of how that got started. But obviously Donte DiVincenzo is on this list here. And leaving out, they use this formula to get to a particular, a potential value. Their value for Donte is 15.5, which I think we all thought was a little bit high. It's 5.5 above the mid-level. But I think the more pressing question is, and I'm sure in our extensive coverage of this, we've covered it, but since it fits what we were talking about today, does Jaden Ivey mean Dante's not back?
I don't think so. I mean, it's complicated. I think in a perfect world, you would want to have someone like DiVincenzo there at least in year 1, year 2, because Jaden Ivey is going to take a little while to develop. And I really do like the Davion Mitchell, Donte DiVincenzo backcourt as like a secondary backcourt. And you can pay a reserve guard $10 million a year if he's good and he checks a lot of boxes. And DiVincenzo can shoot the three. He can be a distributor. He is a good steal guy. He is a very good defensive player. And he's a great rebounder for his position. He does check a lot of boxes. So I would be okay like keeping DiVincenzo and drafting Ivy, but that means you got to clear out a bunch of other guys. So like Terrence Davis, Justin Holiday. I don't expect Justin Holiday like really to be a big part of what they're doing anyways, because he's almost 33, but an expiring contract that you can go do other things with. I don't know if you walked into next season and your 4-guard set was Davion and De'Aaron and Donte and Jaden Ivey, who doesn't seem to fit the D's there. But if you were to have that as your group, I think you're pretty good. You have defense, you have athleticism, you have elite speed. You can do just about everything with that group. Are they good enough shooting? Probably not.
Except for shoot. You can't shoot.
You better have a shooting a three that can really shoot. And you're going to have to distribute minutes to the three from that group anyways. But you would have to have an elite shooting.
Terrence could do that,
forward.
right? Terrence could do that.
Well, he's got Terrence gone in that situation.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh.
No, I mean, it's possible Terrence could be back in that situation and you run 3-guard sets all the time. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. And we talked about that before. If you make the right addition at the 4, and you now have Sabonis as your 5, you look a lot different than last year's, attempt at running 3-guard sets. It's just totally different when you have a passing big. That guy can act as an orchestrator. And we see teams like Denver use 3-guard sets quite often, or even like if it's not a 3-guard set, it's still small ball. They go real small because they have Jokic who can sort of orchestrate everything on the offensive end and even on the defensive end to a certain degree. So, yeah, I think it's interesting. The Kings, they need to add somebody at that power forward spot that makes just like a tremendous amount of sense, whether it's getting a guy like Chet or Paolo or Jabari in the draft, or it's going out and trading for a guy like John Collins. Whatever it is, they need to fill that 4 position. That's probably their biggest position of need. And then everything else falls in after that.
I was when we mentioned the 3-guard set, and I talked about Harrison possibly, playing time at the 4. James, do you feel the same way that I do, where 3-guard set this year feels so much different than 3-guard set last year? When you talked about Fox, Halliburton, and Buddy Hield, it seemed so soft on the perimeter, where you didn't have the toughness to be able to run a 3-guard set. And obviously you talked about Sabonis as well being there. But now if you run a 3-guard set, you're talking about, and I'm not even including Jaden Ivey, but you're talking about DiVincenzo, Davion, and Fox with Sabonis. It just takes on a different feel. It feels like that you can get away with that. You have the physical components on the perimeter to be able to play a 3-guard set this time around if you try that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's about having different looks. That's what you have to. You can't have 3 of the same guy out there. And I really, I love Tyrese Halliburton as a player, but on the defensive end, the backcourt pairing with him and Fox defensively may have never worked even remotely close. I mean, like to NBA standards at all. They just weren't great defensively together, and neither projects as like a plus defender. Fox has a higher ceiling as a defender, but Halliburton is a really good steal man and a really smart guy. But how many blow-bys did we see last year? And the same thing with Buddy Hield. I mean, how many times did Buddy Hield during his career in Sacramento just completely get blown by? So maybe you're right there. I also, again, I've mentioned this before, but when you have a center that's averaging 12.5 rebounds a game, you can put a lot of different 4s next to him. Mm-hmm. He covers a lot of deficiencies, especially on the rebounding side. And you add in a guy like Donte DiVincenzo, who's just such an incredible rebounder for his position. And you can disguise a lot of things. You can go with a true, 3-point shooting 4 that maybe isn't a really good rebounder, a 5 or 6 rebound per game guy. You can get away with that if you have DiVincenzo and you have Sabonis playing major minutes together.
Is Keegan? We know that Keegan Murray is the most easily drafted, insert into play. In his case, probably insert to start, no problem. Is he immediately adapt on defense? Can he fit with what obviously this team needs? Drastic improvement on the defensive end, and it's probably a lot to ask a rookie to come in and help do that. Though we did say Davion was changing an entire culture last year, so I guess that's a possibility for us. But Keegan Murray on defense, is he ready right out the gate?
It's funny. I just watched every block he had all in his college career. To be honest, watching him in live game versus watching him in clips, he's more active on the defensive side of the ball than I thought he was. He's just such an interesting prospect. Again, I think he's going to be a good pro. And I just think that number 4 is too high. Now, they could draft him at number 4 and just go, whatever. They don't care what I say. Why should I matter? They've got professional scouts that are doing this. But there are certain things to him that translate and things that don't. He's a really good natural shot blocker. I watched all of his blocks. He averaged 1.9 blocks per game. But he's not going to be a 1.9 block per game guy at the pro level. If he averages 0.8 to 1.1, then I think you did really well there, because a lot of his blocks are super help. They're super collapsed defense helps. Some of his blocks are, standing in the paint and fighting with taller guys and going up and getting their hand on balls. I also think he is fluid. He can go with guards to the basket and get up and block shots that way. But a lot of the things that he did at the college level, the help defense, that just doesn't happen at the pro level. You want to be a help defender all the time, well, then you're a guy sitting in the corner, and 3-point shooters at the pro level shoot 40% from the corner 3, and your team's down by a ton because you're not staying on your guard, on your guy. So a certain amount of his blocks won't translate. They translate a lot better than what we saw from Paolo Banchero. Like Paolo Banchero will be lucky to average like 0.4 blocks, 0.3 blocks per game as a pro. I think Keegan Murray can at least be an engaged defender that way. He is switchable. He's still like watching his body movement. His body movement reminds me so much of Marvin Williams. Just like everything he does reminds me of Marvin Williams. And that's not a horrible thing. I mean, that guy was a number 2 pick in the draft. He, played in the league for like 14 or 15 years. That's not a total knock. It's just that I think he translates to just a really, really solid role player. And that's typically not what you draft at number 4. And like his usage was like, he had a higher usage than De'Aaron Fox. And he averaged 23.7 points a game or something like that at the college level. He's not getting that opportunity. He's going to be a 3-and-D. He'll get some post-ups, but his post-ups, when he's in the post, he reminds me a lot of Tobias Harris. And he does remind me a lot of Tobias Harris overall. But when he's in the post on the offensive end, he doesn't have the same force or the same pop that you get from Tobias. And that's not fair either because Tobias has been in the league for 10 years. So, he's developed, but still there's just not that same quickness or physicality that you saw from Tobias, even as a young player.
Yeah, Tobias is a little more dynamic athletically than Keegan. And as we stick with the themes of lookalikes for Keegan, he kind of reminds me of, and his game doesn't really play the same way. He just kind of looks like that out on the court. Remember Brandon Wright out of UNC, left-handed guy? Like he's long, kind of lanky. He doesn't move particularly fast, but he kind of knows how to play the game and his angles and what works for him. I think Keegan's a much better player on the perimeter than Brandon was, but that's kind of who he reminds me of. One of the things about him on the defensive end that I liked, and myself and Damien, we talked about earlier in the show, and it was probably just wordplay and, nitpicking a little bit. But I think he understands how to play team defense. That's kind of what I saw from him with some of the film with Iowa. Do you think that understanding of team defense, even though it is on the college level, do you think that IQ would translate over to the NBA?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, if you're drafting Keegan Murray, it's not just because you think he's the most NBA ready. You think he's going to be a really good basketball player, right? So, like when I look at like your guy, Shaedon Sharpe, right? You just have no idea what he's going to be on the defensive end. And he's so far behind a player like Keegan Murray as far as defensive acumen. So he doesn't understand the coverages. He doesn't understand the why. So I remember Willie Cauley-Stein telling us years ago, like in his second year, we're like, what's different? He goes, well, last year they would point to and tell me, you need to run over there. So I would go run over there. He's like, so I'm running over there and over here. And I'm like, whatever the play set is, I start to learn where I'm supposed to run in that play set. He's like, year 2, I know where I'm supposed to go. Mm-hmm. But now all of a sudden, I know the reason why I'm going over there.
Right.
He's like, I didn't know that in year 1. And part of that's because Willie Cauley-Stein, didn't want to do the work, didn't as far as film study. So that's a big reason why he didn't understand the why. Again, like that, he was a 3-year college player. The fact that he didn't understand some of those things, that's on him. But that's still, if you're looking at a guy like Keegan Murray, he already understands why he's doing a lot of what he's doing, right? Where you're going to get a guy like Shaedon Sharpe who, no. A guy like Jaden Ivey, no. Like, he'll be okay defensively because he'll be able to recover athletically. But, both of those guys they've got good length. They've got great athleticism. They'll be able to recover somewhat. But a guy like Keegan Murray just knows where to be. And, a lot, I think his ceiling is probably, probably Harrison Barnes. That's probably Keegan Murray's ceiling. But yeah, it's not a bad ceiling at all. And I don't think his floor is super low either. So, if you're looking at a player that's somewhere between Marvin Williams and Harrison Barnes, that's a really good player.
Right.
But at number 4, you're drafting for what could be greatness. That's what you're hoping for.
Right.
And it's not that those guys, they're both really good players. Marvin Williams, Harrison Barnes, they're just not great.
Right.
Do you think, like, with the hiring of Mike Brown and the talk about how bad this defense has been for so long, and this probably only pertains to De'Aaron Fox, might pertain maybe Harrison Barnes also. Are they a little bit more keyed in, like when training camp starts and Mike Brown's talking defense, or this coaching staff is talking defense? Do you think they're a little bit more keyed in because of Mike Brown and his pedigree in the league as it pertains to defense versus, like Luke would talk about, we're focusing on defense. We're starting practices with defense. I feel like De'Aaron would point that out a time or two, but yet game after game after game, Luke would often regularly say they're not doing what we're asking them to do defensively. Do you think they'll be a little bit more locked into the message now simply because of Mike Brown's pedigree in the league?
I think so. That and the fact that he's so meticulous. That's what he's OCD big time. I mean, his playbooks are color coded and 6 inches thick playbooks. Like, it's extensive, and you're going to be studying. I think one of the things too, I'll point out, and I keep making this point, but I'll keep doing it. It's not that Fox has played for, this will be his 4th head coach. It's that he's playing for like his 7th defensive coordinator or 6th defensive coordinator. I mean, people forget like what Bob Byer, they just kept bringing in new guys. Rex Kalamian, and that's just in the Luke Walton era. Mike Longobardi. There's 3 in the Luke Walton era that lasted less than 3 years. Like, his assistants, lasted longer than he did, his last defensive assistant. But then you go back and they didn't have a true I guess Elston Turner was on the staff, and that's your defensive assistant.
Oh.
See what happens when you talk defense? Like, everything shuts down. That's what happens. You talk defense, everything free. This is exactly what happened to Luke Walton. Luke Walton would try to be talking defense, and then they would freeze, just like James Ham did right there. See, that was the perfect time for you to freeze right there, right in the middle of a soliloquy about defense.
Yeah, because they do the same thing. They totally.
Ham just reenacted the Kings on the defensive end for the last 16 years.
Yeah, just watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, that was really nice. Can you do that again next time?
Yeah.
Sure. I can go right past you and dunk again. That's fine. Yeah. So, I mean, I think you guys got my point. The point is that Mike Brown brings a defensive-minded mentality where all of the other coaches they had defensive coordinators, but their mentality was not defense. Their mentality was offense first. And I think we're going to have a change, a cultural change. Just that shift in itself will be something, because you can be great on offense and have the best defense in the league, because Mike Brown just proved that. He's proving it right now in the NBA Finals. You can have it both ways. And so hopefully the Kings take that to heart. The players take it to heart. But again, one of the downfalls to switching out coaches and defensive coaches and all these people all the time is you got to teach them your system again. You got to teach them your terminology again. So I want all of those guys having flashcards right now. And, they should have a coach who's not just like building a flashcard deck for each player, but also it should say what it was in the previous defense that they're being asked to do, because a lot of it is just a change in terminology.
Teaching them isn't concerning. Unteaching them is what I worry about, where you have to like unlearn the stuff that you did in years prior.
Right.
And in that case, you have to explain to them why it was wrong. And then here's what we're doing. And perhaps at least this would be the case for me as a learner. Here's what we're doing, and here's why we're doing it. Here's why this way is better.
There's only a couple of them left. So, the roster turnover, I mean, yes, you're going to have to reteach Fox certain things. But again, like the Kings right now, they have Doug Christie going around and working with players right now on some of their deficiencies. I mean, he spent a couple of weeks with Davion Mitchell. He spent some time with Sabonis last week. By their Instagram, it looks like he's hanging out with one of the other assistants, along with De'Aaron Fox, Davion Mitchell, Domantas Sabonis, Chimezie Metu, Damian Jones. All these guys are hanging out together right now at a gym in Napa.
Damian Jones.
Well, this is great. This is what you want. This is how you build chemistry within a group. But there's also players that aren't there. And so you're always going to have that, okay, well, it would be nice if Harrison Barnes is there. But, Harrison Barnes might not be there this summer. We don't know what this team is going to look like. And I think it's going to look dramatically different than it does right now. And so you got to be ready for everything. But again, no Donte DiVincenzo in those hangout sessions. And I don't know why. I don't know if he declined or, again, he's in a contract year. And, there isn't a lot of communication going on right now between those two sides still. So,
Donte DiVincenzo hates the Kings on the next edition of the Kings.
I don't think he hates the Kings, but they certainly, him and his group they weren't happy at the end of the season, and I don't think that's changed dramatically.
I'm glad you said that. So let's talk about Donte DiVincenzo in that situation with the Sacramento Kings front office, and we'll do that when we return here with our 1320 Kings insider, James Hammond, creator of the Kings Beat here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear. I need 1 second, guys. Sorry.
Muffin, middle of the day. Shout out to my man Rob W, by the way. Rob W too, but Rob Carter as well, man. I'm just giving you a hard time, man. I enjoy all the banter, man. We discuss things, we talk, we have a good time, man. So yeah, Rob a cool dude, man. I appreciate him tapping in. Like I said, I got to give him a hard time. I enjoy the banter with everybody except for Jacob. I'm just joking, Jacob. I have no problem with your banter either. It's all good, man. It's all good. All of it. As long as people aren't disrespectful, we can talk and disagree about anything. It's all
It's funny. I don't block people very often on social media. I probably have blocked maybe I blocked 50 people over the course of like 12 years, 13 years, but I blocked someone yesterday who replied to somebody that they don't trust. I was mentioned in the first tweet and I was tagged in the first tweet, and then they replied to that and says, I don't trust James Ham, anything that James Ham says, blah, 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 making up rumors of whatever. And I'm like, dude, why do you follow me then? You know what? And how do you not understand that I'm going to see what you're tweeting at somebody? So you know what? If that's the way you feel, that's fine. I just don't need to see that. I don't need to hear that. So you can kick rocks, because I've done this for a long time and my reputation is solid. It should be solid with most people. I don't make stuff up at all. So yeah. So I dropped the ban hammer on somebody yesterday, and I'm just like, whatever, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with the block. That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
Kenny, Bobby Gerald blocked him.
Yeah, well, shout out to Bobby. He's probably watching right now and still has done nothing about it.
That's funny.
Jacob, I wasn't talking about you, Jacob. I was talking about the other Jacob. But it's all good. Still all good, even with the other Jacob.
Bryant brings up the mute button. No, because social media is free for me to do all the work that I do on social media and cover a team. I don't need to mute you so I don't have to hear you. I can just take away your source of information, which is me. So
I always think about it like this. If I got a problem with somebody or I don't like what they're saying, I never want to give them the satisfaction to know that they bother me enough where I blocked them. So I'll never block anybody. I blocked one guy, and that's almost to protect myself, because I was probably going to curse him out. It's like, I like my job. I like what I'm doing. So let me just, help myself out here. But other than that, I can't. There's people who always say stuff crazy about me and do all this other stuff. I can't give you the satisfaction of letting you know that you bothered me by blocking you. So I just leave it there.
We have a second. I like Chris Butcher and Gary Harris. I kind of want to call him Chris Boucher, like Bobby Boucher. Maybe it is.
I like Gary Harris too. He's just always hurt.
Yeah, he does have a track record, but he's solid defensively. He can hit the 3-ball, decent 3-level scorer.
Do you know what's special? I don't know if special is the right word, but what reminds me about Gary Harris is he was one of the 3 guards of who you would take. It was Gary Harris. I think the other guy's name was Young, something Young from Kentucky, left-hander.
Joe Young.
And Nick Stauskas. It was like, which 3 guards are you going to take here? And the Kings had first pick. They ended up taking Nick.
Elfrid Payton. That was the other one.
Oh, I never bought the Elfrid Payton night. Never did.
Yeah, well, the Kings needed a point guard at that point, if I'm not mistaken.
I just don't like guards that can't shoot.
We're coming back, guys. 3, 2, and live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider, with us here, talking everything pertaining to your Sacramento Kings. We kind of tongue-in-cheek mentioned Donte DiVincenzo a few moments ago. We're talking about some of the guys who are gathered together working out right now, and Donte DiVincenzo not being with them. Of course, Donte is a restricted free agent. He's a guy Kenny and I were talking about earlier in the show. We've questioned where he fits depending on who the Sacramento Kings draft, where he fits, like what's the dollar? Does the dollar factor in? All of these different things. But there is kind of that underlying thing that you talked a lot about as the season came to a conclusion, that there is something involving Donte DiVincenzo's people in the front office that they're not really vibing over, particularly the way that he was used and how that may have affected his value here this offseason. But and this might not be something that you can clarify, but I do want to ask the question. Is that more about Donte DiVincenzo's people? Is that more about his agent and his agency than it is Donte? Or is Donte all in on this? Like, yo, what the F were these guys doing with me? Like, they had me playing behind a variety of different players that he probably was more equipped to start over. But how much of that is Donte versus the people representing Donte?
Yeah, from what I know, it's both. It's both. Yeah, it's
that concerns me a lot.
Well, I mean, he had a good point. Like, why not give him a shot to look and see what he would look like next to De'Aaron Fox? And I think the point too that that they thought that they intentionally kept him out of the starting lineup to like reduce his value on the open market. Like, I can't argue with it. Like, I've tried to have conversations about it and with the franchise, and it doesn't always go that well. So like, they both took a stance and they stuck with a stance, and at the end of the day, it caused a schism between everybody. So like, they've got to figure out a way to get back together and get on the same page, or maybe they don't. You know, if you end up drafting somebody and you need that money to go to a different position, then maybe that's what you do. Even if you end up drafting Jaden Ivey, and then you re-sign Donte DiVincenzo, you're basically saying like, look, man, we think of you as our backup shooting guard / small forward for the next, you're our backup 1, 2, 3 next to Davion for the next 4 years. That's what you're kind of looking at. And so anyway.
The need to point out, while I like Donte DiVincenzo, there's nothing in his career that proves he's not that.
Not that what?
That he's not a backup guard.
Yeah, I mean, he did start 60-something games for
Sure.
for the championship Bucks.
No, 100%. He sure did on a team with Giannis Antetokounmpo on it and Chris Middleton. And on a loaded roster that won an NBA championship. So
4 All-Stars.
If you can have a deficiency at a position, it's okay to have a deficiency at one starting position. He wasn't the caliber of those other players.
No, and like in his defense, I get what you're saying, but I also think that his ability to do so many things is what earned him that job. His ability to defend, to play make, to get rebounds, to get steals, to hit an occasional three. It was, you could have put a 3-point specialist there at that position, but that team needed somebody who is more of a jack of all trades, master of none type player, which is kind of who Donte DiVincenzo is. Right. When they almost traded for Donte DiVincenzo the year before, I thought it was a brilliant move. I mean, he is like Bogdanovic. He is like Tyrese Halliburton to a certain extent. He's just not the pure passer that Halliburton is, but sort of that really toolsy player that's more toolsy than he is a pure shooter or a pure distributor or, like all of the other things that you could throw in there. But again, you're not going to find a better rebounding shooting guard. Or, I guess you can find better all-around guards or guards that are better at specific things than he is. But when you look at the whole package that he brings, he does bring a lot to the table.
I completely agree with that. But I think the idea of a jack of all trades, master of none works really well when you have a master of multiple trades all over the floor. It plays a little bit different when you need a guy who can shoot at a high level or create it, or maybe in Dante's case, you look at the case for keeping Donte DiVincenzo is that he defends at a high level. And if that's the argument, then I'm perfectly okay with it. But I feel like sometimes and maybe I'm taking this whole Donte DiVincenzo thing the wrong way, and the clash between his people in the front office. I agree. The way that Donte was, I mean, we were screaming about it on the air every day. Like, why are we still seeing this? Why isn't Donte playing? Mm-hmm. At the same time, I'll be very curious to see what his offers are. Because I absolutely believe, I don't think this is going to be a Rashawn Holmes situation. Donte DiVincenzo is going to get offers. I believe that's plural. He's going to get offers when he becomes a free agent. I wonder what the highest offer sheet that he signs will wind up being.
I think the problem that DiVincenzo has is what all 25 of those top 25 free agents that you talked about have, is that there is no money this offseason. I think there's only 5 teams with actual cap space. So that limits teams to doing mid-level, right? So the mid-level is basically a 4-year 44. And that's good money. And so his people think that that's like the baseline of what he'll get is a mid-level, but there might be teams out there that would be willing to go upwards, that might be able to put more money into it. Now, a year ago, when they traded for him the first time, I thought he was more like 14, 15 a year. That's where I would have put his value. But again, the ankle injury was pretty catastrophic. It took him a long time to heal up and get back. He's a player who works hard. He's super intense. It's going to be interesting. But I could also, again, I could make the same argument that where, the Bucks needed a toolsy player at the 2, the Kings need a pure shooter at the 2, and I could easily make an argument that Malik Monk or Gary Harris, or name that shooting guard that is more of a 3-and-D specialist, more of a catch and shoot guy, would make more sense than him at this point, because that's how your roster construction is. So again, I like DiVincenzo. I think the Kings should be active, and if they can do a sign and trade with him, I think that's great, because there isn't a lot of money out there. So if there is a team that has a lot of interest in him, the Kings can work something out with somebody and maybe get back something to make it work.
In the thought process of him staying here and making it work, obviously the damage is done. When I say that, I mean he played where he played, how much he played, and whether he started or didn't start. That's already done. His market has been set. is it a situation where, in your opinion, if he has to come back to the Kings, he's looking at it just like that? Well, I have to come back. Like, they're paying me, at the end of the day, the money's the money. I have to come back. Or can it be salvaged to the point where they talk to each other and they say, hey, I know how you feel about last season and your time here, but we really want you to be here. We really want you to be a part of this and think that you can help. And he can come back in a better mood. Or are we not even close to that situation?
No, I think that they can still work things through. Yeah, I do. I mean, when you go out and trade for a player twice, I mean, you are showing interest. You are showing that they fit what you're trying to build. And, he's still young. He's still a young player that can fully grow into a role. Everyone talks about like a Villanova player. They're just really, really well coached from a young age, and they get it. And that's what I would say with DiVincenzo. DiVincenzo fully gets it. He does. He's a guy who, while he might not, get it to, where he's not starting and causes, some hullabaloo behind the scenes, maybe that's not getting it fully. But as a player on the court, he understands that he probably shouldn't be shooting 14 times a night. He understands that, his strengths are to hustle, to be that physical perimeter defender and to go get rebounds and do all that stuff, and to make your teammates better. That's something that he does do. So yeah, I think that there's a way to figure this thing out. Just like, the Niners are clearly figuring things out with Debo. He's back in camp. He hasn't got his contract yet. He will get his contract most likely. But, I don't think that there was so much of a bridge to cross. But there is some repairs to do for sure. I don't have the list in front of me of who his agent has this summer as far as free agents and as far as draft picks. But I'm going to guarantee that there aren't a bunch of them like rolling through Sacramento right now. Like, these are situations that you have to figure out, get on the same page, and move forward with.
Have any thoughts on Bruce Brown? It's a name that came up earlier in our conversations. We really didn't have a chance to dive super deep into, but he's on the market this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, the Kings need a 6'6" to 6'9" small forward that can hit the three ball and plays defense. So if it's Bruce Brown, if it's one of the Martin twins, like we've talked about those guys. Martin twins are at 6'5", but they play bigger. For some reason, they play much, much bigger than 6'5". I mean, you can even put them at the power forward spot for times. Yeah, I think that they're going to kick the tires. If you're the Kings, you have to moneyball this thing a little bit. You got to find another star, but then you need to start finding players that really do make a lot of sense for you long term. Is Mo Harkless going to be back in Sacramento? I don't know, but you need a player like Mo Harkless that hits the three ball. Those are players that you need. And I don't think, we talk about like Malik Monk. Is Malik Monk going to get like more than $5 million a year, like the biannual? I don't think so. He'll probably have to sign a 2-year 10. Is Brown gonna? I mean, if Brown got a 2-year 10, that'd probably be really, really good for him. And I don't mean 10 million a year. I mean $5 million a year. What Rashawn Holmes signed for the first time. I think that's where you're gonna try to add a player like that at that range of player that can stick around. The Derek Jones Jr. Guys, that type of player. That maybe fits your system better than they will somewhere else.
Yeah. Just a quick note, Casey, follow up on him. I pulled up Donte DiVincenzo's agent's client list. Yeah, we're okay in that regard. We're not missing out on anything. And I think they're upset because Donte DiVincenzo is very literally their cash cow.
Oh, okay. Well,
so he's the dude who's going to make money for the entire agency. So I just throwing that out there.
Understandable.
Got to be thorough. Got to do the research, and yeah, we're okay.
I
feel like the front office member that turned heel on Dante's agents knew that.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I feel like they do. Oh, what are you going to do? Withhold Jarrett Culver from us? Give us a break.
I like Jarrett Culver too.
So do I, but
James, I know you probably answered this before. You'll probably answer it again, but no trades or anything like that. What kind of money are the Kings working with this offseason? Like in a pure situation where they re-signed DiVincenzo, and now we're looking at Bruce Brown, the Martin twin. Like, what kind of money are they working with after that?
Okay, so the way it works is that you eat your cap space up first, and then you get to the salary cap, which is, I think, 121 million this year, right around there, 120, something like that. I don't have the number in front of me right now. But as of right now, the Kings are relatively close to it. They can clear up some cap space by eliminating players, so they don't have to pick up the $6.3, $6.4 million qualifying offer for Donte DiVincenzo.
Mm-hmm.
But the way you'd work with Donte is that once you throw out the qualifying offer, that's a cap hold that you can't use that money if you're under the cap, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you'll wait and see what happens to him, and you won't be able to sign a bunch of extra like free agency deals. But what you can do is you can move off of players. Like, you don't have to pick up the qualifying offer on Trey Lyles. The problem is that Trey Lyles is like super cheap. It's like $2.7 million, right?
Yeah.
But when you look at your salary cap, it's based off of 13 players. So if you only have 6 players under contract, then you need to put a placeholder at the league minimum, which is 950, probably closer to $1 million this year. So just think of it as like $1 million for every player that you don't have up to 13 players. So if you only have 7 players, you got $6 million in cap holds that eat up your salary cap space. So it's a little complicated, and you're already, because the Kings are the 4th pick in the draft, there's a monster cap hold that goes with that pick as well. So they're going to walk into free agency with what amounts to zero. They won't be like way over the cap, but they'll probably be like, if you broke down all the salaries, you probably be at like 112 million. But when you throw in all the cap holds, you're going to be well over the 120 mark. And then I think the luxury tax isn't until like 142 million or 144 million this year. So the Kings weren't a luxury tax team, but they did spend, I think it was $131 million on salary, which is a couple of million below the luxury tax last year. And then next season, they only have, I think it's 60 million in dedicated salary.
$64 million.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. So no, it is really, really wild. And someone like Will asked in the chat, did the Kings have an MLE to use? Yes, the Kings have an MLE to use. And the other crafty thing is that you can let some other teams sign Donte DiVincenzo to an MLE, and then you can match that, but that's not your MLE. That was their MLE. That's not yours.
Wow.
Yeah, so you have him under a salary cap hold at 6.4 or whatever it is, right? Well, that salary cap hold is what you have. It's going to move around and do its thing. It's just going to sit there. And then when another team signs him, if you match, you're just matching a contract. You're not matching an actual MLE. So you still have your MLE to use.
But the cost of Donte is in that regard. Like the MLE, I think the term is like 10 and a half, somewhere roughly around that to 10.3.
Yeah.
If someone offers him 12 and some change, like that, what you just said still holds true.
Of course. The Kings have, because he's been in, he just finished his 4th season, right? Because he's been in the league longer than 3 years, because when you traded for him, he was on a rookie scale deal, and you basically, when you acquired him, you acquired the final 3 months of his contract or 4 months of his contract, but you also acquired the history of his contract. So his contract is 4 years long, which means you have full Larry Bird rights to him. So you can match any offer for Donte DiVincenzo that's out there.
So I mean, and this isn't breaking news, but essentially, the Kings are just going to wait for somebody to offer a match if they want to keep him. Like they would not offer him something first.
Well, yeah, and it actually plays into their favor because if I'm not mistaken, the MLE is like, let's say 10.5 million.
Mhm.
Well, if you sign a free agent deal with a different team, you can only have 5% raises per year. If you sign a deal with your own team, you can have 8% raises. And so he'll lose the 3% per year, which is compounded. So it's not that much money, but it's a couple of $100,000 for each year of the deal. It might work out to be $1 million more in Sacramento than it would be somewhere else. And of course, that can be made up if you, like, say, sign a deal in Texas where, you don't have state income tax, where in California, that guy's going to pay like 9% or 10% of his salary straight to California. And then on top of that, all of the money he gives to federal. So yeah, you can save money or make money back. But yeah, the salary cap is really intricate, and I love working with it and studying it. But there's all kinds of ways to take advantage of it, and that's what we've seen the Kings do in the past. You wait as long as you can to sign deals like that, like your MLEs and stuff. You fill up all your salary cap space before that. If you can clear $4 or $5 million extra in salary cap space, and even if you use that to retain Donte DiVincenzo, if you do that deal after, if you sign or match the Donte DiVincenzo deal after you sign the other guys, then you can use cap space. So let's say they're at 120 million is a cap, and the Kings get down to 110 million by trading players or not picking up contracts on guys, and then you have this cap hold of 6.3 million. Well, now you got 3.7 million you can go sign a player with. And then you wait until you get up to the cap, and then you go and you trade. Then you go and you match the deal, and then you sign your mid-level exemption for someone else. It's about how you, in what order you sign the deals, if that makes sense.
Yeah, LeBron signing 15 days after free agency regularly is part of that. Like understanding the ways that both the ways that general managers and even players can manipulate the salary cap and salary cap rules is key to a good front office.
Yeah.
To know all the different loopholes.
They're projecting the Warriors will pay between luxury tax and salary upwards, if they retain everyone, upwards of $450 million.
Wow.
Like, maybe not next season, but the season after, something like that.
Jeez.
And so you got a team like how do you compete? And how you compete is you draft well, you sign your own players to long-term deals, you keep them, you build something that's sustainable and people want to stay.
And that's why I don't knock what they're doing. That's what they've done. They've drafted well, and they've made that, like most teams have to make a decision. We can't keep all of these guys. The Warriors are like, we keeping all of them.
Right.
We signing everybody. And if it costs us $400 million, it costs us $400 million.
Well, and real quick on that point too, I'll just tell you, the Warriors always keep their late first-round pick and their second-round picks. That's where you get Jordan Poole. That's where you get Kevon Looney. It's where you get all of these extra guys that they have that you're like, oh, man, I'd really like to have that guy. They kept their pick, as opposed to a lot of teams that are number 28, 29, 30 in the draft who always sell off their picks. Well, Warriors use them, and they use them wisely.
James Ham, the Kings Beat, our 1320 Kings Insider. The best of D'Lo and KC coming up next on ESPN 1320. And then we'll head out to Game 3 of the NBA Finals in Boston beginning at 5 o'clock. We'll hope you'll be with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Celtics.
That's done. That's a wrap.
Okay, so somebody asked the question, will the Kings keep Keita? Yes, the Kings are going to keep Keita. Keita's in a weird situation because they signed him to, I believe, only a 1-year, 2-way deal, but they still have all of his rights. So the Kings have his rights as a league minimum player, and they can sign him to a 3-year deal or whatever. They spent too much money on Robert Woodard and Jemias Ramsey. They gave those guys way too much money for who they were. And I don't think they'll make that mistake again. They want a guy in there and get their hands on him and then decide what they're going to do.
Send your questions to James Ham. That's what we're here for. James Ham. Q&A time.
Yeah. I love your Montana jersey.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Joe. Even though we got a funny relationship with Joe Montana nowadays, man. He's a little character, man. He don't be showing the love to the Niners the way he should. So it's a little funny relationship.
That's interesting.
Man, he never. The story is he never got over that he was traded.
Yeah.
He never got over that. Essentially, he picked Steve Young over him. So.
Well, I mean, at that point, he'd had back surgeries and was like, I know. He still went on to be he played a couple more years for Kansas City, but not a lot.
He gave Kansas City before this whole Pat Mahomes thing. I think he gave them the best 2 or 3 years they had him. Franchise history almost. I think they got to the AFC Championship game with Joe. Made the playoffs another time, but Joe's not. We love him. I don't think he loves the fans, but I don't think he has ever forgiven the organization.
Yeah.
Ever.
Interesting. Yeah, behind me I have.
Last game at Candlestick, he
was busy.
Make it. Yeah, I had a prior engagement. Sorry, guys. I can't make it.
That's too bad. Yeah. That's too bad. I grew up loving Joe Montana. He was my guy. The Dwight Clark book behind me from Matt Mayako is just incredible. Yeah. So, and then the catches.
Heard great things about that one.
Yeah, it's just all the letters that fans sent in about what the catch meant to them and like how it changed their fandom and stuff. And then they read them to Dwight before he passed from ALS. So he was in I think Wyoming. The Bartolos took him in near the end and had him at their ranch out there, and a bunch of former players, Ronnie Lott and a bunch of dudes flew out and read letters to him. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I was watching this boxing match last night, and this is I had never heard of this before. I don't think it's still a rule, but it was Pernell Whitaker versus Oscar De La Hoya. And they had a clash of heads, and Oscar De La Hoya got a cut below his eye. And the rule for the WBC was if the referee deems the clash of heads accidental, I said accidental, then the person who's not cut, you have to take a point away from them in that round. So what the
That's
sense
wild.
does that make? You're saying the man didn't do it on purpose, yet you penalize him for not getting cut?
Do they give him a draw if the guy has to retire? Not retire, but
Usually,
retire
I don't know what happened at that time, but usually they go it's a no contest in the first 4 rounds, and then after that they go to the scorecards. But I heard that. I said that's just stupid. How you gonna take a point off? Mauricio Suleiman, who's terrible for boxing, quite frankly. Mauricio Suleiman, the president of the WBC, he was like, we got to figure out a way if somebody gets cut to even it up for him. That's the only fair way. No, it's not.
Someone asked, why wouldn't the Knicks take Fox for Randall and the number 11? I think the Knicks probably would take.
Yeah, I think they do that in a heartbeat.
I don't think the Kings.
Yeah.
Ham is confusing the qualifying offer and the cap hold. Qualifying. Oh, his cap hold is. Ooh. I don't think his qualifying offer is that high.
Yeah, I think it's for Donte. I think it's 6.6.
His but what's his
the cap hold is 14 million.
Yeah, what's his cap hold? Let me see. I don't think it's that high. And it's not that high because of the starter criteria.
Right.
That's why it's not high.
It's 14 million.
No, it was 14 million. It's not 14 million now. No, he didn't meet the starter criteria. So it drops to the cap hold of the 19th pick in his draft or whatever. Yeah, that's part of the reason.
So what was that, like 7 point something?
Yeah, let me see if I can actually find
that
it.
Was always a situation with Marvin, right? Like
yes.
His cap hold.
Yeah, his cap hold changed because he did not reach the starter criteria. And don't you remember he needed 14 starts or something, and he only got 1. Cap hold. Yeah, it went down substantially. I mean, why is he not on here? Yeah, so I forgot about that. But no, that it is, his cap hold is way lower.
Probably be the same as Marvin's, wouldn't it? Or close to it. Well, Marvin's would be higher because of where he was drafted.
No. It goes down. It goes down like everyone else's.
Well, I know his went down.
No, but it's a catch-all.
Oh,
if I'm not mistaken, like everyone gets the same. If you don't reach the starter criteria, then it drops. Yeah, like I wish I had that in front of me.
I can't find anything other than 14 million.
Yeah, I know it. I know it's not though. Cap holds. Donte DiVincenzo's cap hold is 6. Is qualifying. I don't know. See, they're saying his cap hold is still 14. It's not. I guarantee you, it's not. So, I'll have to look it up, but I can get that for you guys on Friday when we have this conversation. When we have other conversations, I can follow up on it. Anyway,
I do remember, because does the starter criteria, does that affect the qualifying offer at all, or is the qualifying offer always just what it is?
I think it goes down because I'm looking at Marvin's qualifying offer and it says 7.2.
Okay. Yeah.
And wasn't his original qualifying offer 14, 13, somewhere around there? I don't think the cap hold changed for Donte. I think maybe the qualifying offer changed. Marvin's cap hold is $28 million.
Man.
Marvin's cap hold is that much?
It's $28 million. DeAndre Ayton's cap hold is $30.5 million. Dante's is 4. I mean, I can't find anything that says Dante's isn't 14.
Yeah, I'm going to look it up. What is the cap hold? The cap hold isn't paid or expected to pay in conjunction with certain grievances. Yeah.
So, Ray, your take about cap hold being 3 times the last salary, I don't think is accurate, because I'm looking at, these are qualifying offers. These aren't past salaries. Let me see what the past salary is. Yeah, that might be it. The cap hold is 3 times the last salary. That lines up with Marvin's 28, DeAndre's 30. So 4 and some change for Donte amounts to 14.
Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. It's totally possible. But it doesn't really matter either way because the Kings don't have any cap space.
No.
So that's kind of the point. The Kings don't really have any cap space anyways. They're already going to be at the cap or over the cap, especially when you factor in the hold that happens with the number 4 overall pick. So, and of course that can change up until, like, if they trade the number 4 pick, then they would get that cap space back, or that cap hold back. Yeah.
I will be interested in seeing what Marvin gets as a qualifying offer. Like, who still is all in on that potential?
Well, he's going to get the qualifying offer. Like, again, it's like 7.2, right? It went down. He's going to get that no matter, well, I mean, I don't want to say no matter what, but I think Detroit's pretty sold.
Yeah, I'd give him a shot if I was Detroit. I'd sign him. He played well while he was there. I always think about it like this: if if he was in Minnesota and I'm the Kings and he was traded, I'd give him an opportunity. I'd be like, I want to see what this guy has. Maybe Minnesota just didn't do well with him, and he needed to change the scenery, and this is the place for him. I'd be pretty intrigued by him if I was Detroit.
You know what's funny is Marvin Bagley averaged 14.5 points and 6.8 rebounds for Detroit, which is exactly what he did his first 3 seasons in Sacramento. It's like, oh no, it's the same exact. Yeah, I heard like I was reading, I can't like some Eastern Conference executive said that the Pistons have fallen in love with Jaden Ivey.
I saw that. Yeah.
For the if you're the Kings, it's like that's fine. Either the Kings can trade back one spot, and pick up a major asset, or they can let OKC trade out at number 2, which I don't think, and it pushes somebody down to them. That's all that matters. If I'm the Kings, I don't let Jaden Ivey go past number 4. Like, to me, that would be ludicrous to let him slide past number 4. Yeah. So,
Manny's in here. Manny, what's the deal with Zach Lavine in Chicago, man? Why doesn't Chicago just not want him? They just don't want to pay him the max. Is that what it is? I think Manny was talking about this a couple weeks ago. Manny, he tapped into Chicago, but it seems to me that's what it is. I guess they got the same concerns that anybody would have given Zach Lavine that much money, with the knee and, some of the past injury history.
Yeah, that, and I mean, he doesn't play defense, like it's a lot to spend. And I mean, he's an exciting player, but he's an exciting player that up until last year never equated to wins at all. So, I mean, that's a problem, right? It's like you want to bash De'Aaron Fox for not winning games, but at some point you got to actually win games in order to get paid all that money. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it should be interesting because I think the Kings are going to be super active, but you walk into this offseason knowing that you pretty much have no cap space, just like every other team. But you do have your mid-level, you do have your biannual, you do have all of those things, and you have Larry Bird rights to DiVincenzo, the ability
Detroit, San Antonio. It's like 2 other teams that have space, and I can't remember those. I know Detroit's one. I think San Antonio.
The Knicks have space.
Yeah, but you realize that if they give the qualifying offer to Bagley, then their cap space goes away because they have a $28 million cap hold.
Oh.
Okay.
Gone until you sign him. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
So in their case, they probably be better off just signing him immediately. As soon as they can.
Well, yeah, but even if as soon as you can, I mean, you're probably better off renouncing his rights and doing like the biannual and giving him a 2-year 10. Because I mean, maybe somebody pays him more than that, but I don't think so. Yeah, like everyone kept worrying
you renounce his rights, and then he becomes an unrestricted free agent. Correct.
He becomes unrestricted, but that doesn't mean that you can't bring him back.
Right.
Yeah, it's different if he was a 3rd year and you didn't pick up the 4th year offer, his 4th year option. Then you can only pay him what you would have paid him. Yeah, so even if they do, they'll probably renounce him, or they won't extend the qualifying offer, and then they'll be able to go back and just negotiate a contract with him if they have a bunch of cap space. But now at that point, you're risking everybody else, getting him. And the other thing you can do too is you can give him the qualifying offer, and then you can pull the qualifying offer back if you need it. You can actually go back and like say, no, sorry. And then if he goes, wait, I'll just sign for the qualifying offer. It's like, okay, then the cap hold goes away and he signs for 7.2 million. I don't think I would extend the qualifying offer because 7.2 million. I mean, it's a low risk, I guess, that someone else is gonna. I don't know. That's a tough one. I wouldn't give him 7.2.
Yeah, but I guess that cap hold is a problem.
Yeah, the cap hold's going to be the problem. So, yeah, signing him to a deal and signing him to a cap, like picking up his qualifying offer, two totally different things.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right. We appreciate you guys. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Subscribe buttons to anyone that's new. Thanks for the post-show conversation. And we'll talk game 3 tomorrow at noon.